It's on. When you turn it on, you just wait just a second. I'll catch you up.
Little delay. So on here, mute you.
Green is on, okay. All right, well, good morning. It's a privilege to do a morning devotion here. I'm Lisa Fox, the pastor of Reedsville United Methodist Church. And so far during this summer, we've been diving into a letter. And it's been quite challenging, this letter, to the point where sometimes you think, do you want to go on with this letter? And the Bible will sometimes challenge you. And that's why people often stop reading the Bible, because of the words that are in it that are challenging. And so it is with this letter. We are in 1 John, and we come to a part in this letter that asks the question, if you are a child of God, what do you do? And so the truth of this letter is who you are determines what you do. And so John begins this part of the letter. We are in 1 John chapter 2, starting with verse 28, and he says this, "And now, little children, abide in him, so that when he appears, we may be confident and unashamed before him at his coming." So many historians believe that John was about 20 years old when he met Jesus, and they became best friends. John was very loyal to Jesus. We know that John went on to become a pastor of a church in the first century, and historians believe he's about 80 and 100 years, between 80 and 100 years old when he writes this letter. So it's like he's a grandfather writing to his grandchildren, and he begins by calling them little children. And he's talking to believers, and we are children. I don't care how old you are, we are children. 5 times in this letter, he will call us a child of God. And when you believe in Jesus Christ, you become a child of God. And we hear that a lot, especially in the faith community. But what does that mean, to call yourself a child of God? Well, it means that God is your Father. The God of the universe, the creator, the sustainer, is your Father. And he wants to have a father-child relationship with you in a very spiritual way. And so he adopts you into his family through a rebirth. And it's by your belief in Jesus Christ. And so we are children of God. That's who we are. And then he goes on in verse 29 and he says, "If you know that he is righteous, you know that everyone who does what is right has been born of him." And I say this a lot in my church about being born again, that we all have a physical birth in this earth. Maybe some of you have just celebrated a birthday, or maybe you're about to celebrate a birthday, but there's a world that awaits us. And so our first birth isn't going to cut it. So we have to be born again. And when you believe in Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, that he died for your sins, there's a spiritual birth that takes place. And the beautiful sign of that is baptism. That's why I tell Christians, if you have not been baptized, there's some unfinished business that you need to take care of. And so we have been adopted into God's family through being born again, through Jesus Christ. And so we are called children of God. That's who we are. A lot of people have this identity crisis because they don't know who they are. And so once you realize who you are, you're a child of God, then what is a child to do? And John already has told us in that first verse that I read, verse 28, he sums it up in 3 words. He says, "Little children, abide in him." That's what you do. Throughout your life, the ups and downs of life, you just stay with Jesus, remain with him, you endure, you stand for, you just stay with Christ. And it's this relationship that's eternal. And it's not the kind of relationship that you have with like relatives that come visit you and they stay at your house and you kind of like tolerate them. That's not the kind of relationship. Nor it's the kind of relationship that you have with your doctor, that you go to every now and then because you need something from your doctor. And it's not the kind of relationship that you have with your buddy, that you meet with once a week for coffee. This abiding with him is this 24/7 ongoing intimate relationship. And it's supposed to last forever. And when John says abide in him, he's also saying enjoy this relationship that you have with Jesus. God created it. You are meant for it. So enjoy it. And so as you abide in him, the closer you get to know your Heavenly Father, once you realize you're a child of God, that the God of this universe is really your Father. He loves you. He cares for you. He's concerned for you. He wants to guide and protect you. He wants you to have all things that a Heavenly Father wants to give to his children. Once you realize, okay, I'm supposed to abide in him, then you realize you have to act like him. And that's why John says in verse 29, if you know that he is righteous, you know that everyone who does what is right has been born of him. So as you grow in your relationship with your Father, as you continue to understand that he's holy and he's righteous, that he does everything right, you want to reflect a little bit of that in your life. And so you begin to understand that life isn't about you, that you understand that you try to do the right thing even when you don't feel like it, because that's what you see in your Father. And so you practice righteousness day in and day out. And we all know that we have to do right? We all know that's what we're supposed to do, but if we're honest, we don't always do the right thing. And John recognizes that. That's why if you drop down in this letter, chapter 3, verse 3, John says this, all who have this hope in him purify themselves, just as he is pure. When I came in to the parking lot, there was this lady that was checking the animals. And I was asking her, I was like, so what are you looking for in the animals? She said all these like diseases and sicknesses, and she named a couple of diseases. I was like, oh. And she just wants to make sure that they're okay so it doesn't spread. So here's the thing about abiding in Christ, and that's why it's so important. He purifies us. He purifies us. And so part of this process of this ongoing abiding with Jesus is part of us getting cleaned up, because we all mess up, and we mess up a lot, right? We're sinners. Therefore, we commit sin. And so part of this cleansing process as Christians is, one, we confess our sins, we turn away from sin, but we draw close to God. And we ask God to cleanse us, because in Psalm 51:10, it says, create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within us. And so some of us has to ask daily. That's part of my daily prayers, Psalm 51. And so it's like when my kid was little, especially my son, when he would be playing outside, sometimes he would get so dirty that I wouldn't even allow him in the house until he took off his clothes and went straight to the bath and scrubbed himself. How we cleanse ourselves is just abiding in him and asking the Father, create in me a clean heart. Because this is what John says about sin, that sin in our lives, it actually pollutes us. It muddies the waters within. That's why in verse 4, he says, everyone who sins breaks the law. In fact, sin is lawlessness. So again, as you understand who you are, you're a child of God, as you know your Father, you begin to understand just how holy and righteous and pure and just that he rules the world, and that he sets the rules for our relationship. And so he says to us, if you're going to live underneath my roof, have you ever heard that before? You're going to do what I say. And the rules that he sets isn't showing his arrogance or that he's a tyrant or that he's harsh. The rules that he sets for us is actually meant to bless us. It's just an expression of God's heart. And so the more you come to understand who you are, who God is in your life, the more you want to follow the rules. And if you don't follow the rules, if you continue to say, you know what, God, I don't care about your rules, I don't care about your laws, I want to keep on doing my thing, John says that's lawlessness. He goes on, he says, but you know that he appeared so that he might take away our sins, and in him is no sin. No one who lives in him keeps on sinning. No one who continues to sin has either seen him or known him. Dear children, do not let anyone lead you astray. The one who does what is right is righteous, just as he is righteous. And the one who does what is sinful is of the devil, because the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The reason the Son of God appeared was to destroy the devil's work. So John's like, look, you can't continue to live in lawlessness, continue to say, God, I want to do my own thing, and call yourself a child of God. Why? Because he said it just shows that you don't even know God. And then he takes it a step further. He says it even shows that you're kind of under the influence of the powers of darkness. Now, to be a child of God doesn't mean that you're perfect. It doesn't mean that you don't sin. Already in the first chapter of this letter, John says that we all have sin. And if you say you don't have sin, you're a liar. But when this implication of abiding with Christ, it impacts our relationship with God so that when you do sin, you're quick to confess. You're quick to ask for forgiveness, which hopefully leads to repentance. And repentance is when you stop doing the things that you know you need to stop, and you start doing the things that you know you need to start. Repentance always leads to joy, which ends verse 10 in chapter 3. John says this. This is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. Those who do not do what is right are not God's children, nor are those who do not love their brothers and sisters. So who are our brothers and sisters? Well, it's anybody or anyone living and breathing around us. I'm sure John is narrowing this to the community of faith, but we know that Jesus made it much larger. And so what does a child of God do? Right? Abide in him. You practice righteousness. You purify yourselves. You stop sinning, or at least when you're convicted of sin, you stop doing the things that the Holy Spirit lays on your heart. And then you love your brothers and sisters. And that seems really difficult and really hard, but that's why the Holy Spirit is with us. And so you got to stay in tune with the Holy Spirit. And I'm going to end with this. Chapter 3, verse 1 of this letter. It says, see what great love the Father has lavished on us, that we should be called children of God. And that is what we are. The reason the world does not know us is that it did not know him. And so, dear friends, now that we are children of God, and what we will be has not yet been known, but we know that when Christ appears, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. So I've said in the beginning, this letter has been really challenging, and it tells us to do things that are really against the flesh. And so what motivates us to be children of God? Well, he says that God loves us and that Jesus is coming back. And so in spite of his return, we want to live as the truth. And you may not always feel like a child of God. You may not always act like a child of God. But the Bible says you are. So I just want to leave you with that reminder, and there will be a show coming on, and you'll be around a lot of people living and breathing around you. It's how you treat one another, right? And it's the love that we create in this world, which really carries over to the world that awaits us. So can I pray with you guys? God, we thank you that there's nothing we can do for you to love us more. That there's no one that can ever say to you, prove your love to us. You sent your Son. You sent the one that was most precious to you to die for the world. So that proves how much you love us. So I ask for just a fresh anointing upon each one of us here, upon this entire area, and upon all those that will be participating today. I ask that the love that we have for one another will show and point others to you, and will show to the world, to others, that we are children of God. So Jesus, thank you for all that you have done and what you will continue to do in our lives. And we pray this in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy, Holy Spirit. And all God's children say, amen. Thank you.
Good morning out in the barns. Our judge is here. We're going to start here in 5 minutes. 5-minute call.
Good morning and welcome to the Appalachian Youth Livestock Showcase. On behalf of the committee, the show committee, and the Preston County Livestock Association, we'd like to welcome each of you and thank you for making the trip out to participate in our show. We're really excited about the schedule today and the lineup of exhibitors. You get to hear a little bit about our judge here shortly, and we're going to go ahead and start with a prayer, and then we will go into the national anthem. So at this time, if you'd please silence your cell phones and remove your hats and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for all of these people, our volunteers, in this event. We know through you, we are working to glorify you, and we just want to praise you all day, every day, for everything that you pour into our lives. We ask that you place a hedge of protection around all of our exhibitors, their families, and everyone traveling here today, traveling mercies to support this event. We ask that you continue to bless our very gracious sponsors that have donated in-kind services and funding to help ensure that this show can go on. We just ask that you continue to bless the leadership, all of our committee members who have poured countless hours and labor into this event to make it possible. We ask that as we go throughout the day and conclude this awesome event, that you just continue to bless each and every one of our lives. Thank you for all that you are and all that you do. And it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen.
Good morning. We're going to be starting with our sheep showmanship this morning, and we're going to go out with the senior division. Our first class looks like they're already in here and ready to go. We're looking at Laura Hayes, Elizabeth Payton, Emily Evans, Emily Schellenberg, and Sarah Conklin. That will be your first class judge. Our judge today is Mr. Jason Craig. He owns and operates Craig Family Livestock alongside his parents in Paw Paw, Michigan, where they specialize in producing high-quality club lambs and club goats, as well as Southdown breeding sheep. He received his degree in agricultural science from Fort Hays State University at Hays, Kansas. When he is not judging shows across the country or attending shows and sales, he's employed as a food safety and quality analysis for Coca-Cola North America.
All right, guys, thanks for having me out here today. My first trip out to West Virginia, and I'm certainly very excited to go ahead and work through you guys as showmen, market lambs, and then Wether dams here later on in the day. We're going to go ahead and bring these three seniors back for the senior drive. I went ahead and talked these two here on the rear, just some things I'd like to see them improve on here in the future. But go ahead and put your hands together as these guys exit the ring. We'll go ahead and talk these three more later here in the drive.
Returning back for the championship drive will be Laura Hayes, Emily Evans, and Emily Schellenberg. Our second class in senior showmanship, Sammy Joe Heyman, Blake Kitzmiller, Graceland Moncrief, Chris Blosser, Emily Hammer.
All right, I went and told these last two people here on the rail. I think that second heat was considerably more competitive than that first one, and I think these two, maybe if they're in a different heat, they can be out here working with these in the final drive here. Just a little bit harder. I think they do an excellent job. I think it's just very, very small, little intangible things that we can maybe improve to go ahead and put them up here with these top three. For me, I think it was just kind of spacing where they're at in line, lining up with that first person there in line, and then just little things, eye contact, their competitiveness. I'm a fairly competitive person, so I'm out here looking for those people that are here to win and here to compete, and I think that these three just resemble that a little bit better. We'll go ahead and work these three here again here in the championship drive. Put your hands together as they exit the ring.
In Class 2, returning Blake Kitzmiller, Graceland Moncrief, and Emily Hammer. And joining them will be Laura Hayes, Emily Evans, and Emily Schellenberger, and that will be for your championship in this senior showmanship.
All right, guys, we're truly splitting hairs out here, out in the top 5, top 6, and even some of the people we sent back to the barns here. I think these showmen out here are ultra competitive. They all do really good things. Like I explained to someone, I put back here in the bottom hole. It's just very little things. So I think the young lady that leads off the class for me, she is just the best in terms of keeping that one's head and neck propped up, of the way she keeps that one's ears up and attentive. I think she keeps the nose and head most level, right out the top side of his skull there. When she gets this sheep set up and driving and getting up into him, I think she just paints the prettiest picture. Where she's better than the young men here in 2 is she's just better about using that ring, hitting all 4 corners, and really showing off that sheep. Congratulations to that young lady. She does a really good job. I think when a young man gets this little ewe lamb stuck, I think he's probably one of the best. Again, love the way he props those ears up, head and neck, really good. Sometimes he might just want to get that nose just a little bit too far up in the air for me. For me, my criticism with him is she's cutting this ring just a little bit too short. I like to see him hit all 4 corners, really show off that ewe lamb, because she's a nice one. Congratulations, young man. Young lady here in 3, I think when I saw her out in the heat, I think she was one of my favorites. She really gets into that sheep, gets him driving up, and how she sets it up really quickly. For me, sometimes we're just getting a couple of feet just out of line, out of whack, maybe not quite as square as I'd like to see all the time. I'd like to see her be a little bit more accurate with that foot placement, but I love the way she gets into that sheep, gets him driving up and out. Congratulations to her. Young lady here in 4, like I discussed to her here when I pulled her out, I think when she gets into this sheep and finally gets him to settle down and get that spine into him, I think that she's one of the best in the class. For me, that sheep's just fighting her way too much today on the move. If we can improve upon that, I think we can go ahead and move her up a couple spots. Unfortunate, because she's a really good showman, ultra competitive. Young lady here in 5, my critique with her was just maybe just a little bit too slow in motion for me. But when she gets this one's head and neck propped up, she's really good. Gets into that sheep, allows her a nice brace. Really driving, powerful ewe lamb that she's got here. My little critique with her, and she's approved upon it ever since I've said it here, was I just like to see those ears up, okay? Very little things, especially when we talk about these top 5 out here. If we can improve upon those things, I think we move her up a couple notches as well. Another really competitive showman. Young lady here in 6, I discussed with her as well. I'd like to see her just a little bit better in motion, hitting all 4 corners. And a couple times she had this sheep just a little bit too stretched out. That sheep's wanting to break there in that loin just a little bit too much for me today. But all 6 do a really good job. Go ahead and reward them with a round of applause.
In your senior showmanship, your champion went to Emily Schellenberg. Reserve champion went to Blake Kitzmiller. 3rd overall was Emily Hammer. 4th overall was Laura Hayes. And 5th was Graceland Moncrief. We're now moving into the intermediate class on showmanship. Cole Semenko, Tanner Hinkle, Ella Chambers, Grace Adams, Vera Strasser, and Brooklyn Castile.
All right, first class intermediates, we're going to go ahead and keep these two. We'll work them again here a bit harder after a few more heats. Go ahead and reward these three on the way. I gave them some stuff that I'd like to see them improve upon as they exit the ring. Congratulations.
We have returning back will be Tanner Hinkle, Ella Chambers, and Brooklyn Castile. In Class 4, Garrett Moncrief, Kinley Dahl, Cora Fike, Caitlin Mollinex, Isaac Jones, Madeline Twill.
Okay, I think I'll drive out here with a little bit more competition, and particularly with these four individuals over here. So I elected to pull an additional one out here just to work them out. A little bit harder when we get them out here in the intermediate final drive. I think these four do a really, really good job. Ultra competitive showmen. These two will give them a couple things to work on, mainly spacing, using your wing. Maybe just looking a little bit more comfortable when you get into this sheep. Just get a little bit better drive out of those two. But go ahead and wish them well as they exit the ring. Congratulations to these four. We'll see them again here in a little bit.
We have returning our Class 4 and Intermediate, Garrett Moncrief, Kenley Dole, Isaac Jones, Madeline Twill. In Class 5 will be coming in now in Intermediate, and we have Chloe Campbell, Elizabeth Witt, Ty Hebner, Autumn Custer, Susan Hypes, and Harley Oswood.
Here in our third heat of intermediates, we're going to keep these three back. I think they do an excellent job popping those things up, head and neck, putting them into motion. These three here in the rail game, a few things just to work on. I think it's just really a bracing issue, or where exactly we're setting those feet and legs with plea accuracy. I think sometimes we're just either a little bit too condensed or we're just too narrow there. But I think they all do a really good job. Go ahead and wish them well as they exit the ring. Go ahead and bring these three back here in just a little bit.
In our intermediate Class 5, returning will be Ty Hebner, Autumn Custer, Harley Oswood. In Class 6, this is our last class in our intermediate, Olivia Prickett, Chloe Haslacker, Landon Uphold, Jace Bensinski, Phoebe Pennell. Phoebe Pennell.
All right, another good heat here in our last heat of intermediates. These three in the row we're going to bring back. We're going to work this final drive quite hard, in my opinion. I think we got some really top-end showmen out here in this age group. But go ahead and wish these two well as they exit the ring. We'll go ahead and get these intermediates fired back up. Congratulations.
In Class 6 Intermediate, returning is Chloe Haslacker, Jace Vincinski, Phoebe Pennell. They'll be joined in the ring by Autumn Custer, Di Hebner, Madeline Twill, Isaac Jones, Kenley Dahl, Garrett Moncrief, Brooklyn Castile, Ella Chambers, and Tanner Hinkle. That will be for our intermediate champion drive. We would like to remind everybody, without our sponsors that you see over here on the wall, we would not be able to do this, and all the volunteers that go with it. The Friends of Ag sponsors are Affordable Landscaping Supplies, Dean Farms, Ingle Show Pigs, Fairfax Pines Labrador Retrievers, KB Photography, Meadowview Farm Supply, Preston County FFA Alumni. The silver sponsors are Charm Flower Farm, Stephanie Arnett, Jennings Excavating, Triple C Angus, Westmar Angus. In the gold sponsors, we have White House Cattle, Shop and Save Express, which is the Phillips family, the Outpost and Event Center, and they're set up out here in the foyer, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Mike's Towing, First United Bank, Phillips Livestock, Trans-Ola Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market. And in our platinum sponsors, Stone Asphalt LLC, Ace Aggregates, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing LLC, Stone Paving Incorporated, Glenn and Gerald LaRue, Titan Roofing LLC, Wagner Septic Service, The Farmer's Daughter, Mountain State Event Solutions, Affordable Signs Unlimited, Modern Homestead, J&K Livestock, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Nicholas Enterprises, and Stone Farms. We ask you to please support these individuals when you can and thank them for their donations.
Yes, definitely. Go ahead and put your hands together out here for these guys. I think this is just a wildly, wildly competitive drive out here. I mean, seriously, some of these guys out here on the rail, they can show sheep for me any day of the week. I just think that these top five excel in a few areas of intensity, foot placement, how they're holding that one's head and neck, ears propped up. We're keeping that nose down and level. And again, they're just, I think they're out here and they really want to win. I think these top five out here made the least amount of mistakes today, and I think their sheep kind of stayed with them the longest. I think this young lady that leads off the class for me, I think she kind of came out here and told me that she needed to win this drive. I think she's the most accurate with her foot placement. Love the way she gets this one's head and neck propped up. Additionally, I think she gets this sheep driving up and out, keeps this one's top down nice and up, nice and in them. I think the best out of everybody. I just love her competitiveness. Excellent, excellent young showman right here. Here in second place, I think for me, you know, kind of just in that last go-round, I think we just got that sheep a little bit too into itself, like a little bit too condensed. I think you get the most out of this sheep that you can. Really, really good. Love your competitiveness. Little details, I think, on that last go-round, like I just said. I just didn't get those front feet out quite far enough like I was hoping. Nice job, young lady. I think the young lady here in third, I think she kind of resembles the style and attitude of that first place winner. For me, we got to settle this sheep's spine. I think sometimes he just kind of wanted to roach up a little bit. I think we got to be more aware of that, okay? Because that's a nice sheep. We got to get his spine settled down into him and looking his best at all times. Little things again. Nice job, young lady. Here in the 4-hole, I think we went ahead and added a halter here out here for our drive, and I don't have any problem with that because, again, it's about making this sheep look the best. I think it helped this sheep move a little bit better. I just don't think we were still quite good enough on motion today. Love how you get this sheep stuck. I think you get the most out of this sheep. For me, again, today, the sheep's just getting a little bit too fatigued as the drive went on. I wish we could just get motion just a little bit better. Nice job, young lady. Here in 5, man, I tell you what, if looks can kill, this young lady takes the cake. Super competitive. I think this sheep, just as the drive went on, got a little bit lazy on her. She's maybe wanting to stretch this sheep out just a little bit too far. That sheep's wanting to break right there on his loin. Okay, kind of wanting to sway just a little bit too much for me today. I think we keep that sheep up and in him, keep his spine in him. I think she moves ahead a couple spots. She's a really good showman. Go ahead and congratulate these showmen on the rail. They did an excellent job. Super competitive division. Really proud of all of them and their work. Congratulations.
In the intermediate class of showmanship, your champion went to Madeline's Will. Reserve went to Brooklyn Castile. Third went to Phoebe Pennell. Fourth went to Harley Oswood. And fifth went to Kenley Dahl. We're now going into junior showmanship. Class 7. Lee Custer, Katie Kaiser, Callie Carpenter, Payson Varner, Angelina Atina, Will Haslacker, Levi Dietz, Tia Hebner.
All right, out here in our first heat of juniors, and we didn't crank down the heat or the intensity one bit. I think all 4 of these guys out here do a really good job, and I think there's a few more out here that we're sending back that are ultra competitive. Unfortunately, I can't keep them all. I can't bring them all back. I think they do a really good job. I can't wait to get these 4 back out here, work them a little bit harder. Let's wish these 4 well as they head out the ring. They did an excellent job. Congratulations.
Returning out of Class 7, Leah Custer, Katie Kaiser, Will Haslacker, Tia Hebner. In Class 8 now, we come in the ring, Kylie Richards, Lana Gibson, Paisley Hinkle, Carter Briggs, Clara Foley, Selena Hamilton, Kylie Frankhauser, Callie Kaiser.
our second heat show motor and bring these three back. I think they're just better with terms of head and neck, feet placement. You know, maybe not all three of them do perfect things, but I think that they were the three best ones out here. I think there was a couple out here that were close. Again, it's just small things. Really getting these ears, head and ears propped up, getting it dry out of these sheep. We want these things pushing. They handle nice and firm when I come to evaluate. But I think these 5 young ladies out here in the reel do a really good job. Let's go ahead and reward them with a round of applause as we head out, bring these three back for junior drive. Congratulations.
In Class 8, returning Paisley Hinkle, Carter Briggs, Callie Kaiser. Now we'll have Class 9, Haley Roy, Caitlin Kelly, Allie Sanders, Nora C., Scarlett Hayes, Paxton Miller, Aubrey Stemple, Carmen Knotts.
here in our third heat, and I know we're probably getting younger in age as we're going down, but I think still the top end ultra competitive. You know, maybe not quite as accurate as I like to see with foot placement as we've seen with some of these older kids, but I think that these young individuals are still getting a lot out of these sheep. Love the way they're holding that one's head and neck. These 4 individuals, like I expressed to them, I think it's just a time thing. I think it's just doing it more, repetition, practicing at home, hit more shows, just getting more out of these sheep. I just think, again, it's a comfort thing. The more you do it, the more comfortable you get at it. I think they do a really good job. Go ahead and reward these guys as they exit the ring. Go ahead and work these 4 a little bit further down the line here.
We have returning out Class 9, Haley Roy, Noah C., Paxton Miller, Carmen Knotts. Now we have coming to the ring Class 10, Tori Hebner, Maylee Hayes, Olivia Kelly, Addison Rodenhaver, Emma Moats, Brady Dietz, Ryan Foley, Jocelyn Stewart.
All right, last heat of juniors here. I think those guys exited the ring. They did a good job, just some small minor differences. I think it's a foot placement thing, and I think, again, is what are we doing with that head and neck and that nose? Are we shooting away up in the air? Are we making those animals a little bit too sway back? Because when I go to handle them, I need them to pop. Okay, I need them to jump up at me, and I think these three individuals do just a better job when they get them stuck. I don't think the foot placement is quite accurate. I'd like to see them improve upon that. But once again, we're going to get these three out here in the final drive here, work them a little bit harder. We'll see them against their competition. Congratulations. Nice job.
Returning in Class 10, Tori Havner, Addison Rodenheaver, Jocelyn Stewart. They'll be joined by Carmen Motts, Braxton Miller, Nora C., Haley Roy, Kaylee Kaiser, Carter Briggs, Paisley Hinkle, Tia Havner, Will Heislacker, Katie Kaiser, and Lee Custer.
she got hers first.
Oh, hers is away. Don't breathe. It's okay.
Holy smokes, guys. I tell you what, the juniors, the 9 to 13-year-olds, I mean, just way impressive. You know, back home, I think, you know, our top-end showmen in this age division are probably just as good, but I'm talking about the depth and the consistency, and just this one jackpot alone is ultra impressive. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm having a ton of fun out here sorting through these guys. I mean, they're just really good. I like to evaluate sheep on the move. That's why I like to move these guys a lot. I like to challenge them a couple times, making sure they hit that corner where they come in and they exit. That can be a tough corner sometimes, and I think these guys do a really good job. I think the young man that leads off this classroom, I think today he was just the most fault-free throughout the drive. In his heat and then out here today in his drive, I think he just did the most right things the most times. I love the way he holds that one's head and neck. You put him into motion, he's simply the best. I love where he keeps that back offhand. He keeps that head and neck 90, even in motion. Sets that one true and square, gets the best drive out of the one. Young man's ultra competitive. Really appreciate his style. Young lady here in 2, I think she's the best natural showman out here. I love her composure, her posture, what she gets out of that sheep when that sheep is stuck. Unfortunately, this sheep kind of wants to drop in his chest for when you put him into motion. I'd like to see her be more aware of that. Okay, I'd like to see her get that head and neck up. Okay, if we know that's a weakness in our sheep, let's fix it. Okay, let's improve upon it. Additionally, sometimes today, I think we just got that sheep just a little bit too stretched out for me. Love the way you hold that one's head and neck, ears prop forward. Excellent job, young lady. Love that one, composure. Young man here in 3. You know, for a while here, I think, you know, he was in contention for 1 and 2. I think he's stupid competitive. Really competitive. If you put him into motion, another good one. I think for me today, in showmanship, I just caught you looking at the gate too many times at the rail, okay? I think you know what you're doing. You just got to be more confident in it and do it. What I appreciate between the heat and the division, I think you fix your feet placement, okay? I think you were a little narrow in your heat. Today, in the heat, or in the division, you set them a little bit wider, more true and square. I love that you improved upon that. I think you're an excellent showman. Nice job. You can stick sheep for me any day of the week. Young lady here in 4, I think our sheep got a little bit tired, okay, a little bit too fatigued. I think sometimes we keep that nose in the air just a little bit too far. I don't think she's quite as good in the motion as I'd like to see out of these top 3. And I think sometimes maybe we just weren't as accurate with our foot placement. Again, this is very, very little things. Young lady does a really good job. Another natural showman here. Young lady here in 5. If she told me that I owed her some money, I'd surely give it to her. Another really, really competitive, looks can kill. Holy smokes, this lady is intense. I think for me, sometimes this sheep, again, a little bit too stretched out at times. I think right now she looks killer. Maybe sometimes we're getting that nose too far up in the air. Okay, again, when we're doing that, okay, that sheep's going to want to bend and break at the spine, going to kind of, you know, especially at that loin edge, not going to handle quite as well. I think she's more natural there. I like how she gets her fingers up in that jaw of that sheep. Really competitive showman. I think she does an excellent job. Again, little things. She can show sheep from any day of the week as well. Congratulations, these guys on the wheel. Nothing to slouch out. Again, little things, more time and work, foot placement. I think just some intense things. Okay, you guys are all excellent showmen. Congratulations. Go ahead and reward them as they leave the ring.
In our junior showmanship, your champion was exhibited by Carter Briggs. Your reserve champion, but Tia Havner. 3rd overall was Paxton Miller. And 4th overall was Katie Kaiser. And 5th overall was Callie Kaiser. We now move into our Peewee showmanship under Swanson, Callie Tennant, Gracie Hedrick, Kenzie Haslacker, Sarah Campbell, Kendall Roy.
out here in our first class of Peewees. And, I think obviously as we get down here in ages, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to evaluate, but, some of the things that we're looking for, especially in this age division, is the basics, right? Eye contact, setting those feet and legs square, okay? Moving around the ring, knowing where to judge that all the time, making a lamb sandwich, I like to say. All right, if we're doing those things and then we're propping that one's head and ears up, okay, those are just extras, okay? Those are just extras for this age group, and I think that these two do a really good job of that. I think these four alongside the rail here, I think we just got to work about switching sides, being more aware where the judge is at, okay, and then accuracy of feet and leg placement, okay? I think you guys do a really good job, just more time at home, more practice, more shows. You guys certainly be on this side of the ring next time. Congratulations.
In Class 11 returning will be Callie Tennant and Gracie Hedrick. Our next class is Class 12. Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Hannah Taylor, Colt Knotts, Hope Adams, Presley Richards, Brooke Taylor.
All right, here in our second class of Peewee, we're going to keep these three on the rail. I think they were just more consistent with getting their lambs feet and legs set up square and true today, and then keeping them there, right? I think they're just a little bit better about that. I think that there's a couple young ladies out here that get a good stick and a good brace out of them. Okay, it's just a control issue today. We need to keep just a little bit better control, when we're talking about being at the top end of our classes here, okay? But I think these three individuals do a good job. I'll work these three here in a little bit. Congratulations.
Returning out of Class 12, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Hannah Taylor, and Colt Knotts. In Class 13, Benjamin Kelly, Kinsley Moats, Kinley Smith, Tuff Hefner, Colby Sanders, Grace Smith.
All right, guys, I want you to go ahead and put your hands together for these young ones out here. Right. We understand it's a challenge, right? Okay. Big sheep, little people, right? It sometimes doesn't create quite the equal advantage that we're looking for. You know, I got two young ones at home that I work with, my niece and nephew, that, you know, this age, okay? We're really just trying to get the basics. I'm not as concerned with foot placement, okay? I think that's a secondary thing. I think the most important thing is the head and neck, okay? We want to be 90 degrees. Head and neck, head up, neck at 90, back's going to be flat, right, that way. Okay, those are the important things. I think if we work on these things that I gave them advice on, get in front of those sheep, just like any sport, right, baseball, football, wrestling, anything you want to do, wide base, okay? Lower center of gravity, we can really drop and get into these sheep. Okay, if they really work on these things, you know, as they get older here, I think we're going to have some really good showmen. You know, I'm not going to pull too many from this group. I think we're still really raw, okay? I think there's one individual out here that does a really good job, and they're just more aware of the ring and what they're supposed to be doing. Young lady with the blue sheep, we'll go ahead and bring her back for the drive. We'll dismiss these other three, but go ahead and reward them again. We got some tough individuals out here as they exit the ring. They did a great job.
In this class, we're going to retain Kinsley Moats. She'll be coming back in with Colt Knotts, Hannah Taylor, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Gracie Hedrick, Kylie Tennant, and that will be for our championship of the Peewee class. The exhibitors out in the barn, you need that you placed in the final 5 in your division. As soon as we finish here, you need to come back to the ring with your animal and your place plaques for pictures. Top 5 winners in each division. Once we conclude here, come back into the ring for pictures. Bring your plaques and ribbons with you. We don't need the animal, just the individuals. And your winning prize.
Yeah, go ahead and give these young showmen, these Peewee, a round of applause. I think they do a really, really good job, and I think, you know, these top end are really advanced, right, for their age. For me, the young lady out here that wins the class, I just think she's the most consistent. I really appreciate, even at this age, that she's taking the time to set those back feet and legs. I know the sheep's kind of acting up, being a butt headed for her right now, but when she gets that sheep stuck and propped up, head and neck up, I think she's a really, really solid showman. Put her into motion, I think she's the best there as well. Young lady here in 2, I think she gets the best drive out of the sheep, probably the best push, okay? I just think sometimes our feet placement wasn't quite as accurate as our young lady up ahead of her. If we can fix that, I think we can have that discussion. I think we can switch them around. If you wanted to switch them around based on your preferences of who drives them the best, I think that young lady can certainly take the top prize there. Young lady here in 3, love, love, love. I took my advice. She improved upon what she was doing there in that heat. Much better about switching the sides. However, we got out here in division, okay, it was foot placement. Okay, feet were out of walk. This wasn't quite as set up as I'd like to see. Additionally, I'd like to see it just a little bit different on the hand placement with those head, but I think you do a really good job. Congratulations, young lady. Thanks for taking that advice. Young lady here in 4, really love the way she holds this one's head and neck. You know, for me, I know we're at a young age again. I'm not a bump set type of guy. I think even at the highest level, the state, national level, you know, those kids at this age, the ones that are winning, they're setting the feet and legs. Okay, that's just the difference here today. Additionally, I'd like to see you just get a better push out of this sheep. Maybe a little bit softer to the touch, and I'd like to see when I went to handle this sheep. She do an excellent job. Love her intensity, love her eye contact. Young man here in 5, like I discussed with him before I pulled him out, I think sometimes he wants to pull in that head and neck too much. I like for him to keep it up at 90, okay? Getting into the sheep and driving. He keeps his sheep set up and square at all times. Really appreciate that about him. I wish he was a little bit better about switching sides. And as I discussed with the young lady here from our Peewee class, you know, we were fighting an uphill battle here, but I think she's got the basics down. We just got to keep that sheep set up at all times, not as sprawled out, not as stretched out. But I love her eye contact, love her intensity, and love her effort. I think she does a really good job. Congratulations to these Peewees.
Okay, on the Peewee, your champion was exhibited by Gracie Hedrick. Your reserve was exhibited by Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Third overall was Callie Tennant. Fourth overall was Hannah Taylor. And fifth overall was Colt Knotts. All right, we'll now move into our market lamb show, starting with Class 1, Ryan Foley, Aubrey Stemple, Scarlett Hayes, Caitlin Kelly. This starts with our lightweights.
All right, as we get into the market portion of our show here, we're gonna pick up the speed here quite a deal, and really get through these lambs here. Obviously, start off with the lightweight. None of these sheep, you know, where we need them to be in terms of condition and touch and feel. But I think the one that just puts the most together for me is this young lady's blue sheep, squares to the ground. You were top this one. This one's got the biggest loin in them. Handles the best today for me. Young lady here in 2 has got the second most product in her today. I think she's better about her blade and out of her hip, but not nearly as square or as firm to the touch as I'd like to have today. Maybe not quite as near enough lower leg shape. Talking specifically in terms of that one's stifle. 3 and 4 here, I think 2 similarly built ones, you know, longer bodied ones. I think the 1 and 3 is a little bit better over the top side. This one's shoulder, a little bit level out of its hip. The 1 here in 4, certainly the 1 here in 4, neat shoulder blade, tucked up chest for them. Just more time, feed, and exercise on these guys, but still a good class of lightweights. Congratulations.
All right. In this, we're going to pick the top 5 of his, as we have been. And now each class, when they come back in for the division, we will bring 3. So your results on your first class, Aubrey Stemple was first. Second was Scarlett Hayes. Third was Caitlin Kelly. And fourth was Ryan Foley. Now in the ring, we have class 2, Ryan Foley, Kylie Frankhauser, Olivia Kelly.
Second way to lights here, and then again, you know, not where we need to be in terms of condition or touch, and I know you guys probably got, you know, later fare here, and these guys got certainly a lot of growth and potential. 2 of them, I like the length of body in this guy here, and 1, I think it's the best one about his shoulder blade. I think his head and neck is on the upper part of his shoulder blade where it should be. I think this one's a little bit better out of her rump. I think this one's got more shape down low than the one there in 2. I wish the way we can blow that one up just a little bit more, give that one some more cheeks there in 2, maybe fix that one's head and neck attachment coming on the front side of that one's shoulder blade a little bit. And the one here in 3, I think it's just a little bit more two-dimensional and plain in terms of muscle shape. You get over the top of this one though, certainly the leanest one in class. Congratulations.
In class 2, first place went to Olivia Kelly, second to Ryan Foley, third to Kylie Frankhauser. Class 3 now coming into the ring, Blake Kitzmiller, Claire Foley, Sarah Conklin, Kylie Frankhauser, Kinsley Motes.
Here in our third class of lights, I think we got one that sorts himself to the top relatively easily. This one is just tucked up in that one, in terms of that one's chest, floor, and shoulder blade. Really neat the top side of that one's skeleton. You put him into motion, he's probably not perfect, but I think he's kind of acting like a butthead today. Right on top of that one's hip and flank line. This one's balance is really, really well, particularly for a lightweight. Congratulations to him. Here in second place, I think another one that fits in there quite naturally for me. You know, just in terms of length of body, this one's chest floor is better than the rest of the class. You know, obviously we need more mass, we need more dimension and shape to this one, specifically down low, and right on top of that one's loin. But I think with some time, more days on feed, that one certainly can move up a couple spots. Young lady here in 3, I think this one's just got more product compared to the other 2 and 4 and 5. You get over top of this one's more bold in terms of that one's rib cage, better in terms of that one's shoulder blade. That one just needs more time, condition, some groceries, and we can move that one up as well. Here in 4 and 5, good markability one, good carcass hanging quality sheep right here. You get over top of side, these guys loin, big old loin edges in them. We got to settle them in their spine, make them a little bit better right behind the backside of their shoulder. Like maybe here in 5, you're just getting a little bit too straight in terms of our shoulder blade. We can fix those things and we can move those sheep up ahead a little bit further. Congratulations.
The results on Class 3, Blake Hitzmiller first, Kinsley Motes second, third, Kylie Frankhauser, fourth, Sarah Conklin, fifth, Clara Foley. In Class 4, Elizabeth Payton, Maylee Hayes, Tanner Hinkle, Caitlin Malnex, Sammy Jo Heyman, Clary Foley, Sammy Jo Heyman, Gracie Hedrick, Emily Schellenberg.
We got a sheep out here that's going to lead off this last class of lightweights. Obviously we got more competitive here in this class and a little bit more fun to sort through. I think this one's just the most elevated, most athletic in terms of her appearance, or his appearance. Tucked up in terms of that one's chest fur, like this one's progression from foreflank to rear flank. Obviously this one's pretty lean still. He puts this one in motion. He's not perfect. Light seam relaxed on spine. I wish he was a little bit bigger here, right on the top side of his hip, into that loin edge there. But still a really neat looking one from the side that props up nice for that young lady. Probably the best balanced one here comes in two. This is the most opened up one in terms of the rib cage, in terms of that one's front feet down low. This one's the most opened up in terms of this one's lower skeleton. For me, we need more foot and bone, just some extra shape along the top side, specifically in that one's hip and lower leg or stifle to go ahead and compete with that class winner, but still a really neat one, balanced up one here in two. One here in three, I think it's the problem sheep for me. Big muscles, right? Runs uphill, just enough for me. Maybe a little bit finer in terms of this one's feature. For me, you put this one into motion, kind of wants to drop, roll on the front side of that one's shoulder. If we can change that, I think we go ahead and move that sheep up. Really neat looking one when he gets that one propped up. Young lady's natural here in four, like I discussed with her. This one's really elevated, attractive from the side. Love this one's length of neck. This one gets a little bit coarser around her in terms of this one's shoulder. Again, like to blow this one up in terms of that one's pin set, match that one's mass up front. That one's really pretty. Again, here in four or in five, another one that balances up well. We need to jack this one up, make this one more elevated, maybe smooth that one up out of her hip here just a notch. Maybe give this one a little bit more feature as well, but still one that balances up from the side, handles really well. Congratulations.
Class 4 results. First, Sammy Joe Heyman. Second, Sammy Joe Heyman. Third, Tanner Hinkle. Fourth, Emily Schellenberg. Fifth, Elizabeth Payton. Sixth, Gracie Hedrick. Seventh, Maylee Hayes. Eight, Clara Foley. 9, Caitlin Malnex. We just picked up a turquoise earring that dropped in the ring, so one of the youth that just showed should have it. Be missing one turquoise earring.
All right, go ahead and put your hands together for this first division, lightweight market lambs. I'm going to go ahead and select you guys the top 5. There's a couple out here that hit me pretty hard in terms of athletic ability. I think you guys will probably get tired of me saying that. I like these sheep athletic in terms of their makeup, elevated, tucked up in their chest floor, and then they got that extra mass and muscle, especially down low. They're extra cheeky, extra shapely. Then when they put them into motion, do they handle the upper part of their skeleton together relatively well. I think there's some out here that suit me pretty well. It's going to get a little bit closer, I think, between 2, 3, and 4. But I think there's one out here in terms of a show sheep and what I think a show sheep should look, even though none of these sheep out here are where they need to be quite yet, you know, is very, very good. So one more time, put your hands together. I'll show you the top 5 like I like them in this lightweight division.
Okay, now for our lightweight, your champion was exhibited by Sammy Joe Heyman, the reserve by Blake Kitzmiller, the third by Sammy Joe Heyman, fourth Tanner Hinkle, and fifth Aubrey Stemple. We now have in the ring Tia Havner, Selena Hamilton, Maylee Hayes, Landon Uphold, Cora Fike, Chris Blosser, Caitlin Kelly, Sarah Campbell, Susan Hypes.
All right, here starting off our new division. You know, obviously we're probably, as we get up there in weight, we're going to start getting a little bit more competitive in terms of these sheep, in terms of muscularity, angularity, and you know, just the way that they're fitted and presented today. I think the one that wins off this class just does so, you know, fairly easily. I don't know if you can kind of construct one from that first rib forward really any better. I think that one's shoulder blade is just simply elite. Chest fork tucked in them. That one's really, really tall shoulder. This one paints a really pretty picture from the side. If we could, I maybe want to fix this one right on the top side of his dock there. Maybe raise that up just a notch. He wants to round just a nickel today. I think that one balances up well for me from the side. You go top of that one, plenty of muscle, plenty of touch. Congratulations, that's a neat one. Young man here in two, I think just to follow suit, the next best. Tallest shouldered, really athletic appearing one. Love this one's length of neck. Super, super skinny neck, super slim front end. That one's super attractive. You just go to the top of him, just not as blown apart as that class winner. Maybe doesn't quite collect himself in that front end, maybe as elevated as that class winner, but still a really attractive made one from the side here in two. Young man here in three kind of just grew on me. You know, as we got, you know, I start handling these sheep. This is the biggest loin one in the class, probably the biggest busted open one here in terms of that one's engine. We got to stouten that one up from the ground up. Maybe give that one a little bit more feature, but still, it's really nicely made. Congratulations to him. Here in four, I think we just got a problem sheep. Maybe one that wants to roll out of that one's hock just a little bit too much for me. We got to make this one wolfier right here. Right in that one's loin edge. Maybe blow that one apart a little bit in terms of that one's forerib. If we just give that one some more mass and shape, specifically down the top, I think we can move that one up ahead. I love that one's length of body, length of hip. I think a really neat way one here in 5. I don't know if it's a county rule she's got going on, maybe the dock job certainly doesn't help. But this one's really constructed nicely. I love this one's length of neck, shoulder blade lays in there nice and neat, kind of bounces up well. We got to soften this one in the rear flank so we can have that progressivity from foreflank to rear flank just a little bit better. But you go on top of this one, again, busted wide open. We could use some more feature as well, but still a nicely made one here in 5. Congratulations.
Results on Class 6. First, Tia Havner. Second, Chris Blosser. Third, Landon Uphold. Fourth, Maylee Hayes. Fifth, Caitlin Kelly. Sixth, Carl Fike. Seventh, Sarah Campbell. Eighth, Selena Hamilton. Ninth, Susan Height. In Class 7, we have Carter Briggs, Callie Tennant, Ella Chambers, Blake Kitzmiller, Payson Varner, Scarlett Hayes, Anthony Atina.
I think a real challenging class when you get out here in this class, but I think for me, the show sheep wins this one. I think, again, the most elevated, you put this one into motion. He handles the upper part of his skeleton, his spine lays at him the best. For me, today, we got to soften him up in his rear flank so he can balance out a little bit better for me. But I think from the side, I think he paints the prettiest picture. You get over top of him, handles fresh, handles firm to the touch. It's a really nice sheep, tall-shouldered one, really attractive made. 2 and 3, I think, ultra competitive with each other. I think very similar in terms of their type and kind. I think the wolfier, the stouter one, the one that takes a longer stride is here in 3. I love that one's underline, underbelly. I think that one balances up just a nickel better. 1 here and 2 for me just kind of gets out and reaches just a little bit better. Gets out and goes. I like this one's hip just a little bit better. I think she's bigger and longer here than that one there in 3. For me, just allows her to paint, kind of paint a little bit better picture for me from the side. But still 2 really big, busted wide open, big muscles, big cheeks. 1 here and 3 again, stout as a cow, big forearm in that one. Here in 5, I think kind of, maybe if we share that one a little tighter, we can really evaluate muscle and shape and tone and texture. That one's still made really good. Long, level body out of that one. Neat in terms of that one's chest fur. This doesn't quite come with as much extras as those ones up ahead of them. Congratulations.
In Class 7, results: Carter Briggs first, Blake Kidsmiller second, third Ella Chambers, fourth Anthony Antina, fifth Callie Tennant, sixth Payson Varner, seventh Scarlett Hayes. Now we have Class 8, Chris Blosser, Ty Hebner, Carmen Knotts, Haley Roy, Kylie Richards, Olivia Priggett, Kendall Roy, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Brady Dietz.
All right, here in our, second class of medium weights. I think the one that wins the class just does so relatively easily for me. I think this one's transitions and lines is just the best. I will admit, if we could fix her right here, right at the edge of her dock, the top side of her rump, maybe level that out just a nickel, I think this sheep balances up better from the side. But you put this one into motion, this one handles her skeleton together, up in him the best. Biggest ended one, cheekiest built one here in the class. You get on top of this one, also the biggest engine one in the class. Young lady does a great job presenting that one off. Young man here in 2, for me is the issue, we put this one into motion. I think he just wants to get a nickel straighter out of his front side of his skeleton, out of his shoulder there, causing him to pop and roll to the top side of his spine there. Just a nickel, too much for me, but you handle this one, fresh to the touch, big muscles. Love this one's lower leg and stifle. Another thing, we can maybe just stouten this one up from the foot. And from the bone and foot there at the base of this one's skeleton, but still a really nice one, big muscles in that one. Really attractive, elevated, pretty made sheep is here in 3. Really like this sheep. This sheep grew on me a ton here as the class went on. I think this one just needs some more time, days on feed and groceries. I'd hate to see this sheep in the natural division here another 60 days. I think that one's built really well, just not enough to him here today. A young man here at 4. Again, I think one that's built really good. You get behind him. He's just not quite as wolfy or as big, and right here in his loin and his transition into his hip. Maybe one that's a little bit rounder, more coarse in terms of his shoulders compared to those ones up ahead of him. But you put your hands on this one in terms of this one's rib cage, big, busted wide open. I think this one balances up well from the side. Just got to fix those small little things on him. We can move him up a couple spots. Young ladies here in 5, another neat design one. We got this one more feature, more days on feed, grocery, some condition. Certainly move this one up. Another neat design one that's built really good.
Results in Class 8. Maddie Grace Nesselrod first. Ty Hefner second. Carmen Knotts third. Chris Blosser fourth. Haley Roy fifth. Kendall Roy sixth. Brady Dietz seventh. Olivia Prickett eighth. And Kylie Richards ninth. Class number 9 is coming in. Paxton Miller, Emily Schellenberg, Kenley Dahl, Tori Havner, Kenzie Haslacker, Hunter Swanson, Brooklyn Castile.
I think another nice tight pair here in 1 and 2. For me today, I think 1 takes 2 in just terms of condition. I think this one just handles better today, right over the top side of this one's shoulder blade. A little bit fresher to the touch. I'll be the first one to admit, this one gets a little bit deeper sided than I like to see, particularly in that one's chest floor. But you get behind this one, particularly this one's 3/4 view. This one's awfully expressive, presents a nice picture. Good balance on that sheet. 1 here and 2, excellent breeding female, man. I think you can throw this one a lot of ways if you wanted to. The way this one throws that shoulder blade and lays it in there, and the front side of that one's skeleton's awfully good. For me, there's just too much in terms of that one's rib cage today that I'd like to see. Maybe not as blown apart in terms of that one's pin set as the 1 here and 1, but one that certainly bounces up well from the side. For me, we just get behind that one. He's just a little bit too overcooked today that I'd like to handle, but still, really nice sheep presented well. Young lady in 3, another really built one. Long length of hip is really good. This one's front end design also really good. Length of neck, how skinny that one's neck is really cool. We need more to this sheep. We need to stouten him up, particularly in his forearm and in the seat of his pants there. I think he just needs more cheeks today. But this is another pretty designed one. I think if she wanted to breed this sheep, she can breed it many ways. Another really pretty made one here in 3. 1 here and 4 for me just kind of wants to deviate right behind the top side of this one's shoulder blade. If we could, maybe relax that one in his spine, because there's big muscles on this guy. Love this one in terms of the seat of his pants. If we can soften him up in his flank line there, rear flank line, I think he'll balance up a little bit better. But still another one with big muscles, length of body, really good in 4. Dorset appearing 1 here in 5. Again, I think we're just getting out-horsed, out-powered. If we could, maybe want to fix this one in terms of her hip, or his hip, lengthen him out. Raise that tail head up just a notch so it levels out a little bit better. But again, just not enough muscle and shape today as compared to those blacks up ahead.
In Class 9, first place went to Brooklyn Castile, second, Paxton Miller, third, Emily Schellenberg, fourth, Tori Hebner, fifth, Kinley Dahl, sixth, Kinsey Heislacker, and seventh, Hunter Swanson. We now go into Class 10. Angelina Autina, Carter Briggs, Brooklyn Castile, Ella Chambers, Levi Dietz, Olivia Kelly, Callie Kaiser, Haley Roy.
Another tough decision here in the top trio of our class. Again, I think just one that is tallest at the point of his shoulder, the most elevated in terms of his chest floor. And then you get on top of this one, big and bold in his rib cage. I love the big furry paws on this guy. I'll be the first one to admit when he comes and goes, he might want to stamp those 2 back feet into the ground just a little bit too hard for me today, but I still think he's really, really good. If we could soften him up in his rear flank there just a tad as well, he may balance up a little bit better, but one that's extra cheeky there, you get over the top side of this one's blade. He's really, really good. Young ladies, you learn here in too. I think, in a breeding class, in a breeding female class, commercial dam class, this one's really elite. I just think we're just not quite as elevated. We don't quite have that show sheep appearance from the side in terms of raising that one's chest floor up. I think this one's transitions and lines just aren't as good, quite as good in terms of that one's hip there. I wish we can smoothen that out just a nickel better, but one that's got a lot of extra shape, big engine in this one, extra cheeky as well. Big muscles in that UM, really, really nicely presented. Here are 3, I just read this one to be a little bit more plain in terms of this one's muscle shape, particularly in the stifle rear lower leg shape compared to those 2 up ahead of her. I think that this one, is tall and elevated in terms of this one's chest floor and top part of this one's shoulder, maybe gets a little bit coarser and rounder in terms of that one's shoulder. It won't quite come and go as nicely as those 2 up ahead of them, but still another nice built one here in 3. Another really attractive made female here in 4. Love this one's length of neck. I love this one's chest full of big engine, big rib cage in this one. This one's blown apart in terms of this one's pin set. We need to stouten this one up from the ground up, open this one up from the bottom part of her skeleton, but one that's really attractive made when you get on top of that one. Here in 5, I think one that's just not as neat designed, particularly in the upper part of his skeleton. Maybe a little bit choppy and rough there right behind his shoulder blade. If we can smooth them out there, again, stouten this one up, maybe give him a little bit lower leg shape and muscle today, he can compete with those ones up ahead of him. But nonetheless, still a tough class. Congratulations.
Our Class 10 results: first place, Carter Briggs; second, Ella Chambers; third, Brooklyn Castile; fourth, Callie Kaiser; fifth, Angelina Atina; sixth, Haley Roy; seventh, Levi Dietz; and eighth, Olivia Kelly. We now have Class 11, Payson Varner, Colson Manco, Susan Hypes, and Addison Roadhaver with 2. Here in our last class of middleweights, maybe not quite as competitive here.
in this class as we were in the others, but nonetheless, one that paints the prettiest picture from the side is this young man that lead off the class. He's the trimmest in terms of his front end, his chest floor, and his breastplate. They get him behind this one. He's not as bow apart. He doesn't have as much mass and dimension as the 1 and 2, but I think this one just runs uphill a little bit better. I think he's more athletic when you put him into motion. Again, I think he's just better in terms of that one's chest floor and breastplate there. Really attractive made Wether there. Go ahead and lead off this class. Young lady here in 2, definitely the boldest and biggest one in the class. Maybe one that wants to round out of the shoulder just a little nickel too much for me today. I'd like to see a little bit more shape, better transition between this one's hip and rump. If we can fix that, maybe just have this one paint a prettier picture for me from the side. I think it's a silhouette issue for me. We can go ahead and swap those two. No problem with it. Here in 3, I think one that we just got to realign head and neck, okay? I think we're getting on that head and neck attached to the front side of this one's shoulder blade as opposed to that one top side. Okay, we got to make this one smoother about his lines, maybe give this one a little bit more power in the seat of his pants, particularly right there in that one stifle. But nonetheless, length of body is good. Handle's fresh to the touch today. Nice job, young lady. Young lady's natural color one here in 4. I think just one that's a little bit more plain in terms of muscle shape. This one's got a big, bold engine in them, tall front, and we need more to see this one's pants, pull this one apart at this one's pin set to go ahead and move that one up any further. And then the young lady here in 5, good carcass merit one that's certainly going to hang well for this young lady. Lots of product, lots of depth of side of body. Just a little bit coarser in terms of this one's shoulder blade, not nearly enough muscle and expression I'd like to see today.
In Class 11, first, Colson Manco. Second, Payson Barner. Third, Addison Rodenhaver. Fourth, Addison Rodenhaver. And fifth, Susan Hypes.
All right, put your hands together for this medium weight division. There are some absolute lookers out here, that is for sure. I'll go ahead and talk this front row just real quick. I think that young lady that wins that first class in division is just built so well. That one's front end design is just impeccable. Really pretty. I don't know if that sheep has as much to him today compared to some of these heavier sheep, but I think if there was a sheep I wanted to feed here into late summer and then into early fall, I think that sheep might be, yeah, that thing is designed so cool. Just don't know if there's enough to him there today. Young man's here in the second class, another tall-shouldered one. Maybe doesn't quite balance up as well as some of these other. I'd like to see him be a little bit more flexible out of that back too. Maybe getting a little straighter in his hocks here today, but definitely one that's really big in terms of his rib cage and ultra powerful in the seat of his pants. A young lady here in 3 I think is really good in terms of her lines. Maybe not quite as heavy muscles in terms of touch and tone and feel today in terms of muscle expression as we see in some of these other ones. I'd like to fix this one in his hip, right top of the bottom side of his dock there, raise that up, he'll level out just a little bit better. I think he'll paint a prettier picture from the side for me today, but one that's really good in terms of his lines. You get in behind him, plenty of mass, plenty of product. The Wether here in 4, the 4th class, I think one that's really deep-sided, big in terms of this one's lower leg shape and stifle. You go over top of this one, big rack, big loin edge. Again, I think we're just dropping in our chest floor. I think there's too much there today. I like to see this one elevated, tucked up just a little bit better. I think that one makes that one a little bit more attractive, a little bit more athletic, especially when you put that one in motion. I think the one here in the class 5, another tall-shouldered one, maybe not perfect in his hip, maybe a little too high in terms of his rear flank today. I think if we can soften him up there, I think he'll balance up a little bit better. But one that is truly the most opened up from the bottom side of his skeleton. You go on top of him, big rib cage, handles really well. I think his front end design is good enough for me today. You put him into motion, like I said, I think he moves around the ring quite well, handles the upper part of his skeleton together relatively well. You might want to stamp those 2 back feet into the ground a little hard for me, but still really attractive made Wether out here with plenty of muscle and plenty of shape. Young man here in 5, long level design one. Probably just doesn't have as much to him there today. Rear flank, right over the top side of his loin edge there. But like this one's length of neck, tucked up chest for another really pretty made one. With that being said, I think there's one out here that puts together some more good things than it does bad things compared to the rest of the group, okay? I think this one balances up good enough for me. I think it moves around good enough for me. Most importantly, I think it looks like a show sheep, and I think there's plenty of power, plenty of touch and tone here today. One more time, put your hands together. I'll show you the champion middleweight. Bring that ewe lamb out here from that class winner, and she rivaled him quite well. Love this one's underline. Love this one's chest floor, skinny neck, really attractive, big engine in this one. Maybe not quite as much feature as this one as our class winner there. Maybe doesn't transition quite as well out of that one's hip. But with that being said, I think there's one more out here that just kind of follows suit a little bit better in terms of being a show sheep. Just their design and their build is impeccable. A young lady from the lightweight, she'll go ahead and be your reserve. I'll go ahead and put the mic down here for 3 through 5. I think there's some more out here that suit me relatively well in terms of height of the shoulder, power, extension, trim in terms of their chest floor and breastplate, and then athletic in terms of their appearance. One more time, put your hands together. I'll show you 3 through 5.
In our middleweight, your champion went to Carter Briggs. Reserve champion went to Tia Hebner. Third went to Maddie Grace Nesselwad. Fourth to Ella Chambers. And fifth to Brooklyn Castile. We now have Class 13, Emma Moats, Katie Kaiser, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Elizabeth Witt, Kenley Doole, Elizabeth Payton, and Vera Strasser.
All right, young lady shows this class winner out here for me today, and I think one that just kind of separates himself from the others, just in terms of type and kind. Again, I think his length of body, his extension of head and neck, where his chest full lays in him is just better than those behind him. This one is massive stifled, big old pin set in him, and his loin edge, you might not be able to tell when you look at him on the side view. When you get into him, his loin edge is just massively huge. Handles really well, by far the leanest in class and hardest handling today. Young lady does a great job showing him out here today. Some differences here between 2 and 3. I think both are awfully kind of similar in terms of their type and kind. They maybe get a little bit shortened up for me in terms of their length of spine, particularly in their hip. Okay, if we could, I'd just like to lengthen them out in terms of their hips. I just think the 1 and 2 today handles fresher. Okay, I think there's more muscle right on the top side of that one, the shoulder blade. But the one here in 3, I tell you what, this thing has got an engine in it. This thing is huge, busted wide open. She can breed this one many ways if she wanted to. The muscle in the seat of this one's pants, this one's forearm, foot, and paws, just big. Just doesn't quite handle, not nearly as expressive I like to see today compared to the ones up above her. The one here in 4, maybe just wants to round up out of his hip, gets a little steeper in terms of that hip. But get on top of this one, handles really well, lean, fresh to the touch today. I think just truly flatter in terms of his rib cage compared to those up ahead. Then the one here in 5, I think it's just a balance issue. We need to stouten this one up at the ground, give this one some more feature. If we could drop that one's flank, so this one's progression from chest floor or foreflank to rear flank, just balances up a little bit better for me from the side. But still a nice class of crossbreds. Congratulations.
In Class 13, first, Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Second, Katie Kaiser. Third, Kenley Dahl. Fourth, Vera Strasser. Fifth, Elizabeth Payton. Sixth, Emma Moats. Seventh, Elizabeth Witt. We now have Class 14, Emily Evans, Autumn Custer, Noah C., Emily Hammer, Emily Schellenberg, Isaiah Eiche, Chloe Campbell.
Here in our second class of heavies, I think the young man's class winner does something truly unique with this one's length of side of body, and how opened up this one is at the ground is certainly very unique. I think this one lays his shoulder blade into him nice and neat. Maybe not the tallest shoulder one we've seen here today. Maybe doesn't collect himself together quite as well in motion as we've seen today. You might want to drop that chest forward just a nickel. But this one from the side, when he gets him propped up, this one is really, really cool looking. You go over top of this one, big muscles, hard handling, fresh to the touch. This one's really blown apart in his pin set, super deep twisted. I really like this sheep. Paints a real pretty picture for me out here today. Young lady silver one out here, really, really cool. Kind of grew on me as this one, as the drive went on. I don't think this one's perfect, right behind the top part of his shoulder blade, but I think this one truly balances up better than the 1 and 3. Again, talking progression from chest forward to rear flank. I just think that this one's lines are a bit neater. This one's got a bit more in terms of that one's seat of his pants. Handles a little fresher to the touch, I'd like to see, compared to one here in 3. I think that one really, from this view, is really, really cool. Nice job, young lady. This one here in 3, I think, just gets a little bit coarser, rounder shouldered here. Just throwing off balance. Okay, it's a balance issue. We got to drop this one's flank, maybe give him a little bit more in the seat of his pants, make him a little cheekier. But his cage, really, really big. Top side of his shoulder, handles really good. This silver one here in 4 definitely grew on me as the drive went on. I think this one's kind of deceiving here. When you go on top of this one's blowing apart. This one's rib cage, big loin, balances up really well. Just enough to this one today. Need more feature, more foot and bone to go ahead and compete with those ones up ahead. I think we got one here in 5 that runs uphill nice. I think he's just a little bit plainer made in terms of muscle shape and expression compared to those up ahead. Love the length of this one, the top side of this one's shoulder. Again, maybe we're a little bit rounder out of the front side of our skeleton here today. We just need more to this one, more muscle shape, more expression to go ahead and move them up any further. Congratulations.
Class 14 results: Isaiah Ice first, Emily Schellenberg second, Emily Hammer third, Emily Evans fourth, Autumn Custer fifth, sixth Chloe Campbell, seventh Noah C. We now have Class 15, Tanner Hinkle, Kaylee Carpenter, Emily Evans, Emily Hammer, Leah Custer, Madeline Twill, and Emily Schellenberg.
All right, and here in our third class of heavyweights, I think we have this young lady that, where it kind of comes out and just, you know, kind of has to win this deal. I mean, this thing is just massive, big muscles, big-footed. This one's design and silhouette is really good, length of neck. Where that head and neck is attached on the top part of that blade. We haven't seen a bigger-ended one than this sheep out here today. This sheep bounces up together today relatively well for me. If this sheep could be better anywhere, I wish he was just bigger here, right in his loin. A better transition out of his loin into his hip. If we could fix that about him, I mean, this sheep is next level. I think that one's fed to a T, presented very nicely. Young lady does a very good job. Young man's elevation, chest floor of this sheep here in second is simply next level. I just don't think we have as much here in the rear third as our class winner. Maybe not as much muscle, shape, and dimension that I'd like to see, but this one's elevation, chest floor again, big old paws on this guy. Another really attractive made one. Congratulations to him. Young lady's here in third. I think one that maybe, you know, today, if we could clip this one down a little closer, I think we can truly evaluate muscle shape and expression a little bit better. But it comes down to just feature bone size. We're just not big enough at the ground. We got to change that about him. But really big cage one on that sheep. Handles really well. She does a nice job showing them. The one here in four, we just got to be better about our lines. Okay, our transitions has got to be better, particularly in the top side of our skeleton. I just wish we were a little bit smoother in our spine, out behind the back part of our shoulder blade, out through our hip. I just wish we progressed just a little bit neater today, but another one with big muscles, big rib cage in them. You live here in five, another neat design one from the side, paints a really pretty picture. Issues you get behind this sheep, there's just not enough today. This one's got to be deeper twisted, more lower leg shape from that one, but another one, big engine, presented to a T, really nice height on this sheep, paints a really pretty picture, just not enough to this one to move it up any further. Nice job.
Results on Class 15. First went to Madeline Twill. Second, Tanner Hinkle. Third, Emily Schellenberg. Fourth, Leah Custer. Fifth, Emily Evans. Sixth, Emily Hammer. And seventh, Kaylee Carpenter. We now have Class 16, Tori Hebner, Phoebe Pennell, Will Haslacker, Noah C., Jocelyn Stewart, Elizabeth Witt, Callie Tennant, Grace Adams.
I got
I
a
need to
challenging
remind exhibitors that the division winners need to be ready to come back, please.
I think a challenging class here in our last class of heavies, and there's some give and take between them, and if you could, maybe take this out of this sheep and put it into this sheep, I think we got some really good ones. I just think the one that leads off the class just kind of bounces up from the side best for me. Looks most like a show sheep. I think this one's shoulder blade tucked into her the best. I think the shortness of this one's blade, length of neck, where that one's head and neck attached on the top part of that one's blade is the best. I don't think this sheep is good enough at his hip or at his dock. If we could fix that, just raise that up, make his transition better there, I think this sheep is really, really good, because this sheep's front cage, or from its cage forward, really, really elite. I just don't think that out of his hip, we're quite good enough there. Maybe not quite big enough in terms of our loinage again, but another one that handles fresh to the touch today, super expressive, big lower leg. Just not enough to that one. We're third. This one is the thicker, bolder made one here in two. If we could lengthen this one's hip, I think this one's really, really good. This is the stoutest featured one in the class, biggest ended one in class. Length of hip for me, it's just throwing off a balance issue. Like this one's shoulder blade as well, I just don't think it's as neat as our class winner. Congratulations, young man. Young lady here in three, long-sided, super extended type of sheep. Just not as much to this one as our class winners here, particularly in our stifle and the seat of our pants here. Not quite as cheeky. We need to blow this one apart in terms of that one's pin set. Go ahead and match that mass and dimension up front, and I think that one's really, really good. So off from that one's rear flank, this one balances up a little bit better for how big and friendly this sheep is. That one's still got plenty of go left in him. Another really attractive made sheep here in third. Here in four, I think this young man's really getting a lot out of this sheep for me. This one just gets a little bit coarser shouldered. He wants to roll out of the front part of his skeleton. Just doesn't have as much to him here as well compared to those up ahead of him. You get over top of this one, another fresh, hard handling sheep. This one just wants to drop in his chest for, again, get a little bit coarser in terms of that one's front shoulder blade. If we could fix that one, that one's really, really good too. Another attractive made one here. One here in five, I think just wants to open up in terms of his blade here a little much. Super wide pin set in this sheep. This one's got to be stouter at the ground. I think this one just needs some more time on feed as well. Big, big muscles on this sheep. Just needs more days on and more groceries on him. Another really impressive male sheep out here. Congratulations.
Class 16 results. First, Phoebe Pennell. Second, Will Heislacker. Third, Jocelyn Stewart. Fourth, Noah C. Fifth, Tori Hebner. Sixth, Kylie Tennant. Seventh, Grace Adams.
All right, put your hands together for this heavyweight division. Real quick, I'll go ahead and talk these ones here in the front part of the line. I think that one up front does some really good things. Elevated, good in his chest floor. That one's maybe carrying a little bit more shoulder than I'd like to see compared to some of these ones out here. Heavy muscle, good handle, expressive muscle shape. Really, really like that one. Young man's here in two. Again, I think it does something truly unique with this one's length of body and then how opened up this one is at the ground. I think that's awfully unique of it. However, I would like to see this one more elevated comparative to the ones on either side of him. I think this sheep extra powerful, big stifle to get on top of him, big old rack in him. I just like to see him taller at the point of his shoulder. Run uphill a little bit more. I think that would give him more of an athletic appearing, really, really show sheep type look. But that one puts together some really cool things. Truly unique how that one's built. You're going to hear out of the third class, man, this one's impressive. Just a huge forearm, big stifle, big rump shape. And then you get on top of this one, just a big cage. I think this one probably bounce up together for me good enough. This one's head and neck. Touch at the top side of this one's shoulder blade, really good. This one takes a nice, big, long, fluid step. I appreciate a lot of things out of that one. Again, if we could fix him right there in that hip, right, that hip-loin junction, I think that sheep is really, really good. But one that's certainly elevated and presents a really pretty pitch out here for me. Another tall-shouldered sheep, neat shoulder blade in this one. Doesn't have quite as much feature as some of those ones up ahead of him. One that's got to be better, again, hip-loin junction at that one's dock. We got to raise that up, level that one out a little bit more. I think that one bounces up together better for me from the side. With that being said, I think there's a sheep out here that just has to win based on so many factors. Young lady out of that third class, I think that's a real impressive show sheep. Congratulations. You know, and then you come out here for reserve, bring that second place in, and I think there's another sheep out here that maybe, you know, hasn't been what I've been picking all day, but this sheep just combines so many unique things together. That young man out of that second class, I think truly unique with length of body and how opened up this one is at the base of his skeleton. I'll go ahead and put the mic down. I'll show you 3 through 5. There's some more really impressive ones out here. There's some true show sheep out here. Some of them we're going to send back to the barn that, you know, in most places, they're getting a serious look out here. One more time, put your hands together. I'll show you 3 through 5.
results here on your lambs. Your champion in the heavyweight was Madeline Toole. Second was Isaiah Ish. Third was Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Fourth was Hannah Hinkle. Tanner Hinkle. And fifth was Ella Schellenberg.
Third, fourth, fifth. Or no, third picks 2, fourth gets 1, and fifth just gets the banner.
All right, guys, go ahead and put your hands together for our division winners out here. Certainly a real impressive set of sheep and Showman. I know we still got these Wether dams to go, but we'll go ahead and buzz through that real quick. The market lambs, I've been awfully impressed. And, you know, West Virginia is probably not a state that's on a lot of people's map, but I can promise you this, I'll go back to Michigan and tell people that it should be. The sheep out here are next level. They're way good. I'm sure that there's, you know, kids from the tri-state area, Maryland, Ohio, Pennsylvania, wherever, but I mean, the state's certainly doing some good things, particularly with the Showman. I mean, the quality of Showman was elite, and you know, as many things you see on Facebook on how do I get this shag, or how do I get this muscle shape, and it's like, come on guys, we're worried about the wrong thing, right? How do we get the sheep to look its best, right? And so that's showmanship. That's the cheapest resource we have. So you guys should be awfully proud of yourself about that. I mean, the showmen are top notch. They present them well out here. These sheep are presented well, fitted well. I really appreciate that. You know, there's all kinds of things going on in the world. Just take yesterday's political events for an example, and I'm not going to get too much into it, but just how lucky are we to be in Kingwood, West Virginia, USA, showing sheep out here. You know, willing and able, just doing something we like to do. I'm tickled pink to have been asked to come do this. I've had a great time. The competition has been amazing. You know, with that being said, I think there's one sheep out here that really just kind of goes out and grabs it for me. You know, it gets closer between 2 and then 3 through 5, obviously. You know, we'll get a little bit closer as well. But I think there's just one sheep out here that's just next level in terms of build, length of body, you know, stoutness, how opened up they are, and then obviously muscle shape. With that being said, one more time, put your hands together for these individuals. They did a great job. The show has been ran extremely well. I know I took a long time there with showmanship, but again, these kids work hard. They deserve that moment. We're going to go ahead and buzz through here a little bit quicker the rest of the day. But again, thanks guys for having me out here. I think there's one sheep out here that fits me extremely well. And I'll go ahead and shake the hands of your top 5. Congratulations.
Your overall champion lamb went to Madeline Toole. Your reserve went to Carter Briggs. Third went to Isaiah Ash. Fourth, Maddie Grace Nesselod. And fifth, Tia Hefner. Preston County exhibitors, you need to sign out. You need to come in the arena. Preston County exhibitors need to come in and sign out. We now move into our Wether Dam show. One entry in this class, Scarlet Hayes.
I had a ton of fun here in the showmanship portion and then in the market division. Tons and tons of fun. I expect the competition and the level of livestock to continue here to the Wether Dams. We're going to kind of cook through these guys. You've probably seen a few of them here already, but just a single entry here. This young lady, one that, presents a nice picture from this side. This one's nice and tucked up in its chest full. Length of neck is really good. Love this one out of her hip. Maybe want to drop this one in terms of her flank, balance her up better from the side, but still one that can withstand some more competition. Congratulations, this young lady.
Scarlet got first and will be returning. Class 2, Blake Kitzmiller, Susan Hypes, Kinsley Motes.
We get this little blue ewe here in the second class that he showed off here at market. I think this is where she truly excels here out in the commercial Wether Dam type ring. I think one that's constructed really well. Chest for shoulder blade length, head and neck attached to the top part of this one's shoulder blade. Big old feet in this natty. This one balances up really well. When he gets him propped up, or gets her propped up, this one looks really, really cool. Puts one into motion, maybe wants to drop in his chest for a while, the front part of his shoulder blade, just a nickel, but I think that's just time. I think this one's just young and green. He keeps working with that. I think that will get better. Really like that ewe lamb a ton. Ewe lamb here in second place. Love this one, length of body. This one reads super productive. This one's stoutness of foot and bone is actually really impressive how lean and green that this sheep is. Length of neck, really impressive. Again, maybe a little bit rounder about our shoulder, but one that just needs more time and days on feed to go ahead and move up any further. Here in third place, you get one that's a little bit bigger and bolder in terms of her rib cage. Her depth of body is good. I think we're just getting a little bit deeper in terms of our chest for, maybe a little bit straighter in terms of our hock. If I see more flex and bend and angularity to that. Other than that, though, nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Class 2 results. First, Blake Kitzmiller. Second, Kinsley Motes. Third, Susan Hypes. Now we have Class 3, 2 entries from Susan Hypes and Hannah Taylor.
In our third and final class of lights, I'm going to go ahead and leave them the way they stand. I think this ewe lamb just balances up the best from the side for me. I think she's best about her chest, floor, and shoulder blade, head and neck. I like where that's attached. Maybe wants to round out of her hip here, just a nickel. But you go over top of this one. This is the one that's most busted open in terms of that one's rib cage. Super Square made one. Big old 1-1 here in 2. This one just needs more foot, bone, and feature. Maybe we'll adjust where that one's head and neck is attached to relative to that one's shoulder blade. We need to make this one a little bit smoother in terms of his lines out behind the back part of his shoulder, out through his hip, but one that's still really big and bold to get in behind. Third place one, a really neat made front one up front. We need to balance this guy up just a little bit better. This one needs more in terms of the seat of his pants, more in that one's rear flank. I like to fix this one in his hip-loin junction here, just a notch, but one in terms of front third design, really, really attractive made ewe-lamb.
In Class 3, first place went to Hannah Taylor, second place went to Susan Hypes, and third place went to Susan Hypes. In Class 4, Brooke Taylor, Cora Fike, Chris Blosser, Colby Sanders, Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Now we're just doing a grand and reserve and these, or we're going to do all this other stuff?
Probably top 5 if they're in the show circuit. Because these aren't our kids, so I'd say they're in the show circuit.
$312.5, I think.
Here in our final class of lightweight commercial use, I think we got a relatively easy class winner. This one's opened up. You get on top side of this one, big muscles. This is the neatest construction one in terms of that one's front third. Chest flare, put this one into motion, holds the upper part of her skeleton together the best. You get in behind this one, really big and three-dimensional in terms of that one's rump shape and loin and hip. I like that one, an awful deal. 1 here and 2, I read this one is to be a little bit straighter shoulder. You put this one into motion, I think we have a little bit of an issue. We would tend to deviate right behind that one's shoulder blade, but when this young lady gets him stuck, another one that's opened up, also big in terms of that one's rib and design. Like that one, a great deal. Here in 3, I like this one's silhouette. This one's really pretty, length of neck, short shoulder blade, chest floor, elevation. All really nice things out of this one. Just more time on this girl. She needs to be opened up. I think she's truly flatter about her rib comparative to those 2 up above her. More time on feed, more condition, more cover, and she's built right. Congratulations. Young lady here in 4 wants to get a little bit steeper, rounder about her hip, maybe a little coarser about her shoulder blade, but again, the big engine, this one opened up. Like this one's body capacity overall, we should have more spinal integrity in the upper part of our skeleton to move this one up any further. Young man's torso there, just a little bit plainer about his muscle shape, big in terms of capacity, maybe a little bit rounder and coarser about our shoulder blade. Just need more dimension and shape to that one to move him up ahead any further. Congratulations.
Yep.
I thought Class 4 results. First place goes to Maddie Grace Nesselbuck. Second, Brooke Taylor. Third, Chris Bosser. Fourth, Cora Fike. Fifth, Colby Sanders.
All right, we get them back out here for our lightweight commercial use out here. I'll just talk them real quick. You know, we got that single entry out there, obviously, you know, maybe a little bit lighter where we need them to be, not as near as much condition as we'd like to see. Young man brings that blue sheep out here better. On a halter, I think that sheep moves a little bit better, and is presented a little bit nicer on that halter. I know he's probably not too happy to be using it, but that sheep's truly built really, really good. Now with that halter, that thing allowed that sheep's head up to walk just a little bit better for me out here in the drive today. That one's built really cool. Third class there, I think that one could have seen some more competition. Maybe that was blown apart and that one's rib cage or pin set that I'd like to see. But one from the side still designed really well. And then one here in the fourth class, one that's truly opened up, bigger in the seat of his pants. Maybe not perfect in that hip-loin junction. Length of hip is good. Elevation is good. Moves around the ring good. But I think there's one out here that's just designed a little bit better, particularly in terms of rib shape and just overall design and look. I think the young man's blue sheep is the best one out here. He'll be your champion. Go ahead and follow up with that fourth class. I think it's the best designed one. I think this one's length of hip is better than that champion. I think it's just got to be better there, though. But she'll go ahead and follow up. She'll be your reserve. Second place from that class. She'll go ahead and be your third overall. I think those are the next two best.
In the lightweight, your champion was Blake Kitzmiller. Reserve champion, Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Third, Brooke Taylor. Fourth, Hannah Taylor. Fifth, Chris Blosser. Now in the ring is your medium weight, Ella Chambers, Blake Kitzmiller, Kylie Tennant, Ollie Sanders, Tia Hebner, Haley Roy.
I think as we talk these two earlier here in market, I think that this is truly where these two sheep excel, is in this breeding ring. For me, I think one just reads to me more productive. Length of hip, I think this one's just a notch more elevated in terms of this one's chest floor. I don't think it's as stout or as opened up at the base of the skeleton as the one is two. I just find that the length of hip and the chest for it, just going to make this one just a bit more productive, in my opinion. The one here in 2, this one's progression from foreflank to rear flank is just way good. I mean, this one balances up so good from the side. We're just getting too short-sided. I wish there was more of it. Okay, if there was more of it, this sheep is simply really, really good. Here in 2, we got that length of body. We're just getting a little bit immature compared to the ones up ahead of us here. If we could, I'd like to soften this one up in the rear flank just to make this one progression a little bit better and balance up a little bit better. I think this one just needs more time, days on feed. She's going to fill out right in the rear part of her skeleton. I think that sheep's really good too. Just need more time. Here in 4 and 5, different kinds of sheep. I think the one here in 4 with extra length of body, I don't think the head and neck hookup is quite right. I'd like to see that attached more on the top side of her blade. I think this one rounds out of the front part of her skeleton a little bit too much. I think we need more features, some more bone. I think this one's length of body, length of hip, and overall attractiveness from the side is what overtakes this one here in 5. I think the one in 5 just kind of shortens up on me again. Maybe gets a little steeper about our hip, maybe a little bolder about our front shoulder blade. But this one's really deep-bodied, really big capacity. Certainly can be extra productive for this young lady. Young lady's length of body and silhouette's really nice here in 6. We just need more to that one, more feature, more bone, more foot size, and we move that one up any further. Congratulations.
Class 5 results. First, Blake Kidsmiller. Second, Ella Chambers. Third, Tia Havner. Fourth, Haley Roy. Fifth, Allie Sanders. Sixth, Callie Tennant. We have Class 6, Hannah Taylor, Paxton Miller with 2 entries, Emily Schellenberg, Laura Hayes, Ella Chambers, Lana Gibson, Jocelyn Stewart.
All right, I know we talked this young man's sheep here earlier in market, just not quite being where we need him to be in terms of handle quality, but out here, you know, never mind that here for commercial dams. I think this sheep is built really good. I find this one to be extremely productive in terms of her makeup. This is the most opened up one from the base, from the ground up. This one's rib cage, really, really big. Maybe a little bit more coarser shouldered than 2 and 3 here, but I think this one's overall opened upness, this one's body capacity, this one's levelness of hip, and stoutness of foot and bone is really, really good. I read this one to be a true, productive female. I think you can breed that one many, many ways and have some excellent lambs on the ground. Here in 2, I think it's just a pretty sheep. Okay, this one kind of kept growing on me. Really extended, tall-fronted. There's just not as much to this one. We got to open this one up to go ahead and compete against that one up top. Drop this one in his flank. Maybe a little bit better in terms of that hip-loin connection. But talk about elevation of chest floor, that one's front shoulder blade. This one's head and neck attached right where one should be. There's just not as much to this one, but still a really, really attractive made one. Here in 3, I think it was another sheep that we talked about in the market class that, you know, this is where she needs to be out here in this ring. For me, again, the issue is right here, is in this hip-loin hook up, this connection. We got to fix that. You put this one in motion, she wants to drop her chest floor just a nickel, okay? But this one's skinniness of neck and the way this one's blade lays into the front part of her skeleton, really, really good. Maybe not as stout featured as some of the ones up above her, but this one's progression from chest floor to rear flank, I think, is best in the class. We got to fix that hook up. I think that's still a really nifty female. We can breed that one a lot of ways as well and have some great success. Here in 4, another neat made one. This one's hip is really nice. I mean, wicked upper hip on this sheep, big and bold on top of this one's rack. We got to trim this one up in terms of her breastplate and her chest floor. Wants to get a little bit coarse, a little bit rounder shouldered. You put this one in motion, probably doesn't handle herself together, specifically in the upper part of her skeleton and her spine, quite as well as the ones up ahead of her, but still a nice made one that can go on and produce some real high quality lambs. Here in 5, one that's just designed and built really well. This one just doesn't have enough to her. Okay, this one's got to be stouter featured, stouter at the base of the ground. You get behind, this one's got to be more opened up in terms of her pin set, soften her up in her flank. But from the side, this one paints a really pretty picture, head and neck hook up. Top part of that one's blade, really, really good. The issue, you get him behind this one, not enough to it. Congratulations, nice class.
On Class 6, first place, Paxton Miller. Second place, Paxton Miller. Third, Ella Chambers. Fourth, Laura Hayes. Fifth, Emily Schellenberg. Sixth, Jocelyn Stewart. Seventh, Hannah Taylor. Eighth, Lana Gibson.
Out here for Division 2 drive. You know, I think there's a pair of them that, you know, complemented each other well, and then they've kind of got to stick with each other. When we're talking about true breeding females, these things are really good. Their chest floors are tucked up in them. Their blade lays in them nicely. I think their underline is just better than some of the others in class. Their progression, again, from chest floor to rear flank, just reads to me truer, square, better, more productive. Those two out of the lightweight class, I'm going to go ahead and keep those two together. I think they're awfully similar in terms of their type and kind. Again, I like that champion just based on length of hip. I found that one to be more productive. Congratulations. Young man out of his heavyweight class, he'll go ahead and be third overall. I just don't think his shoulder blade and chest floor is as nice as those two up above him. I think these guys more elevated. I just don't think when he gets them propped up, he quite bounces up as nice from the side profile. Again, he's carrying a little extra condition, but this one's overall capacity and rib cage is just simply elite. We'll go ahead and follow him up from that that previous class, 2 and 3, or yeah, 2 and 3 out of this class. They'll go ahead and be your 4th and 5th overall. Just super attractive mate type females that deserve a top 5 overall spot. Congratulations. I think a pretty logical place to go ahead and start off this class with this young lady here. This one, again, surely the most opened up. This is the squarest one from her hock to ground. I think this one squares up the best. You get behind this one, just so three-dimensional, tons of shape, tons of power. Maybe wants to get a little growthy, wants to drop a little bit in that chest floor, more than I'd like to see. But this one's engine is just massive. You get over top of this one, it's just massive. Big, big, big cage in this one. You want to breed this one to a pretty type, up front type of sheep. I think, man, this thing's going to knock it out of the park, in my opinion. I think the really neat bladed, elevated, tucked up in the chest floor here comes in 2. I just wish we were square about our hocks to the ground today. Maybe not quite as much mass and dimension down our top as our class winner, but another one that's designed really pretty from the side, balances up nicely for me. Young lady here in 3, another one kind of similar to our second place sheep, just needs to be square at the hock to the ground. You get in behind this one, another one with a big cage. I'd like to see this one a little bit more up front, and we put this one in motion as well. But another one that I read to be really productive. Here at 4, I think maybe we're getting the sheep a little bit too stretched out. This one's got to be better about the upper part of our hip. Another one with a big cage. We see more in the seat of our pants, some more feature, and I think we can move this one up a little bit further. Here in 5, I think we're just a little bit too coarse-shouldered, round out the front part of our skeleton there. We need more muscle shape, dimension, just some more overall bone and foot size to go ahead and move this one up any further. Congratulations.
Results in your class 7, your first place went to Kenley Dahl, second to Carmen Knotts, third to Callie Tennant, fourth to Emma Oates, and fifth to Caitlin Molnex. You now have class 8, Emily Schellenberg, Grace Adams, Elizabeth Witt, and Gracelyn Moncrief.
All right. Go ahead and start off with this silver blue ram that I talked off high of in the market class. Again, I think you get her out here in the commercial dam ring, and she just excels. I think you get behind this one, super three-dimensional. This one's progression and distribution of muscle is really, really good. You get in behind this one, again, balances up really good. Chest floor, rear flank, bounces up really good. We could use some more features, some more bone and foot size. Maybe a little bit better hookup right there in that hip loin junction. This one doesn't quite look right to me when you put her in the motion. Right behind that one's shoulder blade. This young lady gets her propped up, gets her up and going. This sheep's designed and built really, really good. Young lady here in two. Super square built one, maybe a little bit thicker hided one than we like to see here today. I think this one's really tucked up, neat in terms of that one's chest floor and shoulder blade. I just wish this one was a little bit fresher today. Had a little bit more in the seat of this one's pants, specifically that one's lower stifle. Drop this one in the rear flank, maybe make this one's progression and lines just a little bit neater for me. I think that's a really good one. I read here to be extremely productive. Long body, long hip one here comes in three. There's not enough to this one. We got to blow this one apart in terms of this one's forerib. Maybe clean that one up in terms of that one's chest floor. Move that one up any further. Here in four, I think we got to stouten this one up at the ground. Give this one more stifle, rear leg, lower leg shape. Maybe elevate this one just a nickel more. Make this one more attractive to balance up better from the side for me. Congratulations.
In Class 8, first went to Emily Schellenberg. Second, Gracelyn Moncrief. Third, Grace Adams. Fourth, Elizabeth Witt.
All right, we get the champion, the heavyweight champion, you drive out here, and I think we'll talk these front two real quick. This silver one, I think, is a really attractive made one. Kind of just see when you get behind this one. This one is big and bold and blown up and busted wide open. You know, maybe we're going in the wrong direction in terms of elevation. This one wants to drop in her chest for just a little bit. Put this one into motion. Doesn't want to handle the back part of her blade quite well. But I think when she gets this one propped up, I think it's probably the prettiest one of the group. Now talking about the young lady here up front. The biggest and the boldest, the most blown apart one, and biggest ending one is here. Biggest pin set one is here. The biggest one, base width, is here. Big foot, big paws. This one's carrying a little bit too much shoulder for me. But nonetheless, I think this is the best breeding female in the group. I just think her opened upness, it reads really productive for me. Congratulations. You know, I thought it was close. There's different types and kinds there. We talk about breeding females. They got to be opened up. They got to be square to the ground. You know, and they got to be really good in terms of their lines. Really good out of their hip. Their body capacity has to read right. I think this one's not perfect behind her shoulder, but she's pretty enough. I think she's busted wide open. She'll be your reserve. I think the second place out of that class, I think she follows suit closest probably to our champion. Thicker skin, you know, maybe a little bit too much shoulder today, but this one's tucked up, balances nice, lines are good. Just wasn't quite as fresh handling or tight height as I like to see. Congratulations. The 4 and 5 will go out of this first class here. More neat design one, neat in the chest for short bladed. I wish we were square to the ground today. Maybe a little bit more feature and bone, but still nonetheless 2 nice ewe lambs. Congratulations. Nice job.
On your heavyweights, it was Kinley Dawes champion, reserve Emily Schellenberg, third Graceland Moncrief, fourth Carmen Knotts, and fifth Callie Tennant.
All right, go ahead and put your hands together for our champion. You drive out here. Just want to take a moment to thank the people that had me out here. The show was ran extremely well, I felt. The quality livestock, again, was good. The kids were good. You know, we're rolling into county fair yesterday and today, into this week back home. So that's what I'm doing as soon as I get back. And, you know, extremely thankful I got people at home that I can trust to kind of take care of that process for me, even though, you know, I might be a little micromanagey. They probably don't appreciate that about me, but certainly appreciate having those people back home doing that for me. Again, thank the show staff for having me out here. The kids, parents, the sheep were great. The kids were great. I had a blast. I'll go back to Michigan. Very high regards for this part of the country and show livestock, particularly the lambs. With that being said, I think there's one out here that's extremely opened up. When they get propped up, looks really, really good. Neat in their blade, neat in their chest floor. Length of hip is good. This one's underline and distribution from chest floor to rear flank is way, way good. This one progresses the way one should as a breeding female, in my opinion, from the front part of the skeleton to the rear part of the skeleton. You know, not perfect in motion. You know, that's the challenge, right? Take parts and pieces of each, try to find the best that we can. You know, and there is some give and take out here, but there is one that hit me pretty hard, and I think there's one that follows suit in terms of type and kind. But yeah, again, guys, I had a ton of fun. I think the sheep are great, the kids are great. One more time, put your hands together. I'll put the mic down, I'll show you top 5.
overall champion, your champion went to Blake Kitzmiller. The reserve went to Ella Chambers. Third went to Paxton Miller. Fourth went to Paxton Miller. And fifth went to Kenley Dahl. We will begin the goats at 1:45. Goats at 1:45. right, we're going to move into the goat showmanship. We're starting with senior showmanship. We have Laura Hayes, Alexa Leonard, Olivia Mitchell, Allie Ziegler, Heather Hayes, Emily Schellenberg, Kristen Reese, Graceland Moncrief, and Riley Bussell. Our judge for this event is Cal Schultz, and Cal is originally from Faribault, Minnesota, where he grew up on a diversified livestock operation. After graduating from high school, he attended Butler Community College, where he obtained an associate's degree in agribusiness and was a member of the Junior College Livestock Judging Co-Team of the Year. He then transferred on to Oklahoma State University, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science and was a member of the National Championship Livestock Judging Team from Oklahoma State. Kyle is currently pursuing his master's degree in meat science at Oklahoma State University, while he serves as the assistant livestock judging coach at Butler Community College.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come out here and sort through your goat show here this afternoon. Here in our first class of senior showmanship, or first division of showmanship, excuse me, I think there's several individuals out here that do a really exceptional job. I've never been one to truly just kind of want to overcomplicate showmanship. I think it's just a couple of basic things done at a really, really high level, and just cohesiveness between the showman and the animal. it seems to be evident that they are comfortable out here and just doing their best and confidently getting their animals shown off to the best of their ability. I think there's a few individuals out here that do a really exceptional job with that. I'll go out and pick you guys a top 5, but let's give these ladies out here a big round of applause.
In your senior class, your champion showman went to Heather Hayes. Reserve went to Emily Schellenberg. Third went to Alexi Leonard. Fourth went to Riley Bussell. And fifth went to Laura Hayes. We're now going to the intermediates, class 2, Dalton Fry, Tanner Hinkle, Hallie Simmons, Addison Armentrout, Kelby Rummer, Kelby Rumor, Kenzie West, Garrett Moncrief, Kenley Dahl.
out here in our first heat of intermediate showmanship. These four individuals over here to my right are the ones that are going to get the opportunity to come back and compete for champion overall showmanship. They got pulled in probably just because they get the animals set up just a little bit more quickly and more efficiently than their contemporaries out here that are going to get set out. But keep working hard, guys. You guys have the basics down. Just got to get a little bit quicker and more confident in the way you go about things. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
This class returning back for the championship drive, Tanner Hinkle, Kelby Rumor, Garrett Moncrief, and Kenley Dahl. We now have Class 3, Harley Oswood, Hunter Townsend, Ty Hefner, Susan Hypes, Brody McCleary, Landon Uphold, Lexi Roy.
Out here for our second class of intermediate showmanship. Again, these three individuals over here to my right are the ones that are going to get the chance to come back and compete for overall. But just some things to keep working on at home, guys, is just getting your animals to set up a little bit quicker, making sure those front feet and back feet are square. Then I try to prevent them from either laying down on you in the ring or wanting to jump up on you when you're trying to brace them. Things like that can go a really long way out here in the show ring. But let's give these exhibitors out here a big round of applause as they get the ring.
Returning our Class 3, Harley Oswood, Hunter Townsend, Ty Hefner.
a really tough heat of intermediate showmen out here. I think all of these kids out here do a really exceptional job, and I think at any given moment out here, they make a pretty strong case for them to go ahead and be our champion. But I think it comes up to this level of showmanship and quality of showmen out here. I think what ultimately is going to sort these kids is just consistently, and how consistently good looking they have their animal, and how often and how frequently you can look at them and have their animal presented at an extremely high level. That's ultimately is what's going to sort these kids. But let's put our hands together and give them a round of applause, and I'll go and show you guys the top 5.
In our intermediate, your champion exhibitor went to Harley Osmond. Reserve went to Kelby Rumor. Third went to Ty Hebner. Fourth went to Kenley Dahl. And fifth went to Garrett Moncrief. In our junior showmanship, in the ring we have Jake Griner, Adeline Rumor, Kaylee Carpenter, Rhea Benelman, Ty Hefner, Paisley Hinkle, Carter Briggs, Eli DeGarmo, and Olivia Dixon.
really tough heated junior showmen out here. These 4 individuals to my right are the ones that are going to get to come back. It's evidence at this stage of the game and their age. There's the more experienced showmen here that do a really, really nice job getting the animal stopped and set up. But I think that these kids over here that are ultimately going to exit the ring and not get a chance to come back, I think they got the fix down in their mind. Just need to do a little bit better job executing that. But let's give these kids out here a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Returning out of Class 4, Jake Reiner, Adlin Rumor, Paisley Hinkle, Carter Briggs. In Class 5, we have Emma Foreman, Raylyn Brenneman, Jace Strauser, Drew Hiller, Carmen Knotts, Jalen Rumor, Madeline Prickett, Faith Schaefer.
out here in our final heat of junior showmen. Again, these 4 individuals are the ones that are going to get to come back. I think they just did a nicer job of getting their animals stopped and set up, and just the animals are wanting to cooperate just a little bit better for them out here. But let's give all these individuals out here a big round of applause as they get the ring.
Returning Class 5, Raylan Brenneman, Jay Strasser, Drew Hiller, and Jalen Rumer. Joining them will be Jake Griner, Adeline Rumer, Paisley Hinkle, and Carter Briggs. We'd like to recognize our sponsors that help make this event possible. In the silver sponsorship area, we have the Charm Flower Farm, Stephanie Arnett, Jennings Excavating, Triple C Angus, and Westmar Angus. In the gold, we have White House Cattle, Shop and Save Express, the Phillips family, the Outpost and Event Center, and they're set up out here in the foyer. Preston Contractors Incorporated, Mike's Towing, First United Bank, Phillips Livestock, Trans-Ova Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market. In our platinum sponsors, we have Stone Asphalt LLC, Ace Aggregates, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing LLC, Stone Paving Incorporated, Glenn and Gerald LaRue, Titan Roofing LLC, Wagner's Septic Service, The Farmer's Daughter, Mountain State Event Solutions, Affordable Signs Unlimited, Modern Homestead, J&K Livestock, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Nicholas Enterprise, Stone Farms. We also have Friends of Ag, the Affordable Landscaping Supply, Dean Farms, Ingalls Show Pigs, Fairfax Pines Labrador Retrievers, KB Photography, Meadowview Farm Supply, and Preston County FFA alumni. Please support these individuals and thank them for making this all possible.
We got a really competitive lineup of junior showmen out here, and at this stage and with the age that these kids are at, I always think it's really impressive to see this caliber of showmen out here. I think that there's several individuals out here that do a really exceptional job, and y'all, parents and the older siblings and people that are helping them at home, I think that y'all should be really proud, because I think that they did an extremely good job out here. I think that there's just, but that being said, I think that there's two individuals out here that probably just kind of separate themselves. I think it's very close between them, and ultimately it's one really minor thing that's ultimately going to sort them today. And then following third, fourth, and fifth, again, I think that group of them is still really competitive. But let's go out and give these individuals out here a big round of applause.
Your results in your junior showmanship: your champion showman was Adeline Rumor. Reserve champion was Carter Briggs. Third overall was Jalen Rumor. Fourth overall was Paisley Hinkle. And fifth overall was Jake Griner. Now we have in the ring our Peewee showmanship class: Gracie Hedrick, Eliza DeGarmo, Marion Brenneman, Silas Bailey, Camry Bailey.
just one class of Peewee showmen out here, but these kids are working really hard and they seem to be really enjoying themselves. So let's put our hands together and give these kids a really big round of applause for coming out here, and I'll go out and show you my champion and reserve showman.
In Class 6, in our Peewee Showmanship, your champion went to Eliza DeGarma. Reserve champion went to Gracie Hedrick. Third overall went to Marion Brenneman. Fourth went to Silas Bailey. And fifth went to Camry Bailey. The showmanship winners need to bring your award and yourself back for a picture, not your animal. Showmanship winners. All right, we're going to move into our market goat show. Lightweight division, Class 1, Olivia Dixon, Hallie Simmons, Landon Uphold, Graceland Moncrief, Laura Hayes.
Here to kick off our market goat show in the lightweight division. Build and balance is probably just going to be a bigger factor here early on because these goats still have a long ways to go in their show careers before they're at their prime stage of their life. But the young man's Wether they're ultimately going to start with, I think, just easily balances up the best from the side. That's the stoutest called biggest footed Wether out here, who still handles with the most turn and spread down his top and out through his hip. A pretty easy place to start out here in my mind. The young lady's Wether that's going to come here in second is probably my next favorite, and from a build and balance standpoint, when the Wether finally wants to cooperate for her, that's a long neck, tall shoulder, good built kind of Wether that still has the right kind of pieces about him, just needs a little bit more time and days on feed for him to get there, but I still, of the remaining three, I think he's got the most features to him. This young man's Dare that's going to come out here in second, a really round-bodied, big-backed, heavy-muscled kind of a goat, and I like that about her, particularly at this stage of the game. It's just I'm not quite convinced she's got the build, the proportions for her to continue to progress on down the line and continue to get better. She's a little bit too straight there, to her shoulder, round out through her hip and tight back into her flank. I want to fix her in that regard for her to work up any higher. The one that's going to round out this particular class, the young lady does a nice job getting this one stopped and set up. A really highly presented kind of a goat in his own right, who's good in his skin and hair. Just a little bit too straight in his shoulder and tight out of his hind leg when he gets out and moves. Still a little bit too peaked down his top for me to want to work him up any higher. But let's give those showmen a nice round of applause.
Our results on Class 1 of lightweight. First, Graceland Moncrief. Second, Olivia Dixon. third, Landon Uphold, fourth, Hallie Simmons. In Class 2, we have Susan Heights, Dalton Fry, Heather Hayes, Olivia Dixon.
A really nice pair of Wethers to sort to the top of this particular class. They're probably just in another realm of quality than what we've seen so far here today. I think it's close between them, but the young ladies' Wether that I have to decide with, I'm just a really big fan of this one's put together, particularly in the assembly of his front end. I love the shape of his skull. I like how he's stout skull and still youthful in his look up front. A thin neck, shallow chested Wether who's really elevated in the way that he wants to run uphill. I think his build and proportions, particularly when he's tracking around the ring, is incredibly good. And then when you combine that with that ground of a rib cage and that kind of handle up high, I think that the Wether is awfully nice. Nothing to take away from the Wether that's going to come out here in second, because I still think there's a lot of good in this one. A big-footed and flexible kind of Wether who still is really nice in his lines. I particularly like how he's a longer-bodied goat who still hooks up a little bit better there in his injunction than compared back to our class winner. It's his front end. He's probably just not quite as intriguing in his look up front. He's a little bit of a thicker-necked, longer-bladed, deeper-chested kind of a Wether that doesn't have the same kind of look and presence through the front third of his skeleton that I'd anticipate will continue to get better with time. It's still a really nice Wether to be seen second in that particular class. The young lady's doe that's going to come here in third, a really flexible, good built kind of a goat who's still got some expression down her top and out through her hip. Just compared back to the two directly ahead of her, doesn't bring near the same kind of just width and dimension as we'd like to see for her to continue to move up any higher in this particular class. And then this Wether that's going to round out a really good, big body, flexible kind of a goat, just needs a little bit more shape and muscularity to him. But let's give those kids out here a big round of applause.
Class 2 results: Heather Hayes first, second, Dalton Fry, third, Olivia Dixon, fourth, Susan Heights. In third, Class 3, we have Olivia Mitchell, Ty Hebner, Emily Schellenberg, and Jalen Roomer.
another nice class, but this young lady's doe that's going to go ahead and win this particular class just does so in return of combining muscularity with just the right kind of maturity pattern and build and balance. Easily the longest and tallest shouldered goat out here, who reads the most athletic and youthful in her look when you get off to the side of her. I still like how she's still big down her top and out through her hip. A pretty easy place to start in this particular class. This young lady's Wether that's going to come out here in second. I really like what this one brings to the table in terms of just power and substance. A stout skulled, wide-chested, footed kind of a goat that's got loads of muscle to him. Just reads a little bit too mature out here. A little bit too mature about his skull, short about his neck, and just reads too deep and soft in the center portion of his rib. I wanted to see him just a little bit more youthful and maybe have just a later maturity pattern to him. This Wether that's going to come here in third, he is the more youthful, longer-bodied kind of a goat who runs uphill and is a little bit more extended. I particularly like how he's a tighter-hided and harder handling goat than the one directly ahead of him. It just doesn't have the same kind of just width and muscularity to him, but right behind these goats, he's a little bit too flat-bodied and narrow-pinned for him to work up any higher. And then this goat that's going to round out the class, a really flexible, loose-structured kind of a goat that just needs a shot more muscularity and dimension to him. So let's give these kids out here a big round of applause.
In Class 3, first went to Emily Schellenberg, second, Jalen Rumor, third, Ty Hevner, fourth, Olivia Mitchell.
A really nice lineup of goats out here for our lightweight division. I'm not going to go back and talk through them all, but we got to come out here and pick a top 5 in each division. And I think there's a really nice pair of goats for champion and reserve out here that are both good and it's close. I think there's a really nice third place goat that probably just doesn't have the same kind of just muscularity under all that hair. A real stout and powerful one to go, and then one that I think has the right kind of pieces to him. He doesn't have the same kind of just muscularity right now at this stage of the game for fifth. But I'll go out and show you my favorites, and let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our results on our lightweight division: Heather Hayes was your champion. Your reserve champion was Dalton Fry. Third overall was Emily Schellenberg. Fourth was Jalen Rumor, and fifth was Ty Hebner. We're now going into medium weights. We're looking at Jake Griner, Dalton Fry, Riley Bustle, Faith Schaefer.
A really nice trio of goats out here to lead off our middleweight division, but the young man's Wether that's ultimately going to go out and win. An incredibly stout and powerful kind of a goat. He's stout-skulled, he's humongous in his chest. His rib cage is incredible, and he's still just massive down his top and out through his hip. And then with that, I still think he gets out and goes really comfortably and flexible on the move. Maybe not the longest bodied thing in the world. Maybe want to stouten him up in his rear ankle just a little bit to help him balance up a little bit better. But I think his rib cage, his balance, and his proportions are all very, very nice to go out and win this particular class. It gets a little bit closer between second and third. The young man's that's ultimately going to win that particular pair, a really sound, structured, and good built kind of a goat, and that's ultimately what's also going to sort them. When he gets out and goes, he's just a little bit more relaxed in the angle of his shoulder and knee, more flexible and correct in the build of his hip and hind leg, and then that combined with his bolder and rounder rib cage, I think will just help him just continue to progress and get better with time. Compared back to our class winner, maybe just not quite as elite and intriguing in his look up front. He's a little bit thicker necked, but doesn't have the same kind of muscularity dimension to him. Our young lady that's sitting here third in this particular class, that's an incredibly good third place goat out of Jackpot here in West Virginia. A really wide-chested kind of a goat that's awesome in his handle up high. He's big out through his hip and stout in his bone work. Just he's a little bit coarser in his kind out here today. He's a little bit too straight and upright in the build of his shoulder and knee, and then with that isn't quite as up there in his forerib. Doesn't allow him to have the same kind of just mass and spread right out of the backside of his shoulder, but still an awfully good goat to be sitting third in this particular class. Young lady, you have a really sound, structured, and bold-bodied goat. Just ran into some awfully stout and powerful, and that's ultimately what's going to keep this one in fourth. Doesn't have the same kind of width and muscularity, but let's give those kids out here a big round of applause for a very nice class.
In Class 4, medium weight, Jake Griner first. Second, Dalton Fry. Third, Riley Bustle. Fourth, Faith Schaefer. We now have Class 5, medium weight, Riley Bustle, Adeline Rumor, Carter Briggs, Lexi Roy.
Another very nice trio of Wethers that here at the top end of this particular class. These first three all incredibly stout and powerful guys. So from there, it's ultimately a build and balance game that results in this young lady in this particular class. She's easily got the best look and the best balance goat out here. His neck ties in right. He's the most elevated there at the base of his chest. He's smooth from his shoulder into a big and round rib cage. And then with that, he's extremely athletic off either of his skeleton. A really nice goat to go ahead and win this particular class. Probably just the stoutest and most muscular goat lies here in second. This young man's got a really stout skull and big-footed kind of goat who's huge in his chest. He's massive in his rib cage and offers us a lot of muscularity and stoutness to him. Probably he's just a little too coarse in his kind out here for me today. He's big, he's too straight and coarse there in the build of his shoulder. Particularly need to see him just a little bit more athletic and long-term in the build of his hind leg when he gets out and goes. Just a little bit too round and out of his hip. Want to see him just a little bit more flexible out of his rear skeleton. The young lady's Wether that's going to come here in third. Another one who's really stout-footed. He's big and he's muscular out through his hip. One who balances just a little bit better from the side than the one directly ahead of her because he's just a little bit longer bodied and leveler down his top and out through his hip. But he's still got some issues from a balance and build standpoint. Another one who's just a little bit too straight in his shoulder, not quite as opened up in his forerib. Need to see him a little bit more correct in that regard for him to go ahead and get around the one directly ahead of him. The young lady's Wether that's going to round out the class, probably just a little bit more flexible and correct in his build than the two that are directly ahead of him. But with that, just needs a shot more just muscularity to him, maybe just to make him just a little bit fresher in his appearance as well. But let's give these exhibitors out here a nice round of applause.
Class 5 results. First, Adeline Rumor. Second, Carter Briggs. Third, Riley Bustle. Fourth, Lexi Roy. Now we got Class 6, Kirsten Reese, Hunter Townsend, Jay Strasser, Allie Ziegler, Olivia Mitchell.
A really nice class winner to round out this particular division. I think from shoulders back, this Wether is very, very nice. He's really round-bodied. He's big and square down his top and out through his hip. So he's really athletic and flexible in his build off either end of his skeleton. Maybe just want to make him just a shot more extended in his look. Want to see just a little bit longer and thinner neck to help him hit you just a little bit more intriguing from the side, but shoulders back. There's not a whole lot wrong with that one. I think that one's really good to go out and win this particular class. The young man's Wether that's going to come here in second, just suits me next best in terms of just shape and dimension down his top and out through his hip. He's easily the next most powerful and dimensional goat out here. Just doesn't have the same kind of just balance and proportions as the one directly ahead of him. Want to see him just a little bit better out of the way that he's built out of his hip and hind leg. This red Wether that's going to come here in third, a really flexible, good bodied kind of a goat, compared to the ones directly ahead of him. Doesn't have just the same kind of just shape and dimension down his top. Want to see him stouter in his bone work as well. And then these two goats that are going to round out the class, really flexible, practical kind of goats in their own right. Just maybe don't have the kind of just muscularity, stoutness, and dimension as we'd like to see for them to be just a little bit more competitive out here. But let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Class 6 results, first place, Allie Ziegler. Second, Hunter Townsend. Third, Jay Strauser. Fourth, Olivia Mitchell. Fifth, Kirsten Reese. Now we need to pick our champion in our middleweight.
Really nice drive out here in our middleweight. I think all three of these class winners out here are exceptionally good. I think it gets just a little bit closer when it comes for champion and reserve for my class winners out of second and third. I think both of those goats are very, very good. One of them probably just is a little bit on a different level in terms of just top side spread and muscularity to him, but a really, really nice reserve sitting in there in the other class. And then when it comes to third, fourth, and fifth, I thought that all the Wethers out of the first class, I thought that was an incredibly deep set. I'll go out and pick you guys a top 5, but let's give these kids out here a really nice round of applause.
Intermediate weight, your champion went to Ali Ziegler. Reserve champion, Adeline Rumer. Third, Jake Griner. Fourth, Dalton Fry. Fifth, Riley Bustle. We go into heavyweights. Work at Madeline Prickett, Ellie DeGama, Kaylee Carpenter, Anthony Atina, Harley Oswood.
Another really nice class winner to kick off our heavyweight division. A really stout skulled, big chested, stout form kind of a goat who still is really athletic in his build and balance. I think his handle is on point. At times maybe just looks a little bit easy there right behind his shoulder. Maybe isn't quite as just long-bodied and extended in some regards as we'd maybe like to see him, but I still think from just a good livestock point of view, he's stout skulled, he's wide-chested, he's round-bodied. He's really athletic and his composition's on point. A nice place to start in this particular class. This one that's going to come here in second, I think it's close between these two because I think second and third, they're both really lean, heavy muscled kind of goats in their own right. The young man's cape-shouldered Wethers. Ultimately, I'm just a bigger fan of his build and his body shape. He's more relaxed in the angle of his shoulder and knee. He's more correct in the posture of his hind leg. I think just a shot more opened up there, and his rib cage just doesn't have the same kind of just width and dimension as our class winner. It doesn't take it to the same level from a look and balance standpoint. Like I said, the goat that comes here in three, a lean, heavy muscle, and shapely kind of a goat. Probably just a little bit longer bodied than the one directly ahead of him. Maybe just a little bit stronger there right behind his shoulder. I'm just probably not quite convinced he's just sound enough for him to work up any higher. He's too frail and straight in the angle of his shoulder and knee. Gets a little bit awkward and uncomfortable the way that he wants to plant on his hind leg. This Wether that's going to come here in fourth, a really flexible, deep-bodied and practical kind of goat in his own right. This doesn't have the same kind of just lean, fresh shape as the ones directly ahead of him. And then this red Wether that's going to round out the class, another one who's really practical and productive in a lot of ways, just as he's a shot more just muscularity to him. But let's give these kids out here a nice round of applause.
In our heavyweight, Class 7, first, Harley Oswood. Second, Ellie DeGarma. Third, Anthony Atina. Fourth, Kaylee Carpenter. Fifth, Madeline Prickett. Class 8, in the ring, Kelby Roomer, Emma Foreman, Jake Griner, Brody McCleary, Riley Bussell.
a really nice trio of Wethers here at the top end that I thought it was a little bit challenging out here because all three of them have areas where I think they're incredibly good, and they all got some places where I maybe just like to change them ever so slightly. But the young man's Wether that I opted to start with, I think just did the best for me in terms of combining a fresh, good-looking, good balanced look from the side on the standstill with just the right kind of just muscularity and shape to him. I think that's a good-looking Wether when he stopped and set up. I think there's a long neck, tall-shouldered kind of a goat who's really elevated there at the base of his chest. I think he's incredibly round-bodied, and then with that, he's really impressive when you get your hands on him. He's shapely down his top. He's big and stout out through his hip. And while I don't just love the build of his hind leg, when he stopped and set up, I still think the posture of it is good enough for him to hit you with a really, really nice balanced look from the side. That's ultimately why I went ahead and used him to win. It's when he's on the move where his skeleton becomes just a little bit of an issue for me. I think he gets a little bit too straight and tight out of his hock and a little bit round out of his hip when he's on the lap. But when he stopped and set up, I still think he reads with a good balanced look from the side. I still think he reads more than acceptable in terms of his composition. This Wether that's going to come here in second, I guess he was probably just the challenging one for me out here because of components of him where I think he's extremely, extremely good, and there's just areas where I have to make a call, decide that he's acceptable enough for me or not. From just a build and balance standpoint, when he's on the move, I think he's the best. I think he reads the most correct and athletic in his skeleton, particularly out of his hind leg. He's got a stout foot and hind leg, and he still reaches and reads really correct and flexible on the move. I like his front end assembly, the way his neck ties in, the build of his shoulder and knee. I think all of that is really good. He's still really lean and shapely when you get your hands on him. I'm just not quite convinced he's just as opened up there in his forward. Doesn't have just the same kind of just whip and spread down his top as the Wethers on either side of him. And then with that, I couldn't just convince myself that he's undeniably the best looking one from the side when he's a little bit of a deeper chested and softer bodied kind of a goat that's not quite as youthful there in his underline, but still an awfully good one to be seen second in this particular class. This Wether that's going to come here in third, if you just wanted to get a measuring tape out here and whip him out, he could easily win. He's incredibly wide-chested, he's really round-bodied, he's massive down his top and big and stout out through his hip. I really like all those things about him. He just really just a shot more mature and plain out here in this particular class. Read him in his skull and his neck and his chest. He's just not quite as youthful in his look. I just want to see him just a little bit thinner necked and more elevated there at the base of his chest. Maybe just help him just read a shot more intriguing in his look from the side for him to go ahead and work up any higher. This going to come here in fourth. One that he reads really flexible in his skeleton. He's really soft in his body. Just doesn't have the same kind of just muscularity and dimension to him as the ones directly ahead of him. And then the Wether that's going to round out the class. The young lady's doing a nice job out here getting him shown off. Just needs a shot of muscularity and dimension to him for him to work up any higher. But let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Class 8 results in the heavyweight. First, Jake Griner. Second, Kelby Rumor. Third, Riley Bustle. Fourth, Brody McCleary. Fifth, Emma Foreman. Class 9 are heavyweights. We have Angelina Ottino, Heather Hayes, Laura Hayes, Kenzie West.
Another nice class out here in the heavyweight division. The young lady's Wether that's going to lead off with does so fairly easily in my mind. A stout sculpt, good balanced kind of goat who's still really good in his composition and really wide in the skeleton. A really nice fit job, a really highly presented kind of a goat as well. A nice place to go ahead and start. Maybe just wanted to suck him back there in his center body. He's just a little bit soft and soggy there. Want to see him just a little bit more youthful and just a little bit thinner heighted, but still a really nice Wether to go out and win. This Wether that's going to come here in second is probably just my next favorite in regards to a composition standpoint. He's muscular, he's lean, he's hard-handling. I like all those things about him. Just doesn't balance up to the same degree as the one directly ahead of him. Want to stouten him up in his bone work, lengthen him up there through his neck. Maybe just help him just read with the same kind of just width and dimension as the one directly ahead of him. The Wether that's going to come here in third, a lean, hard-touching kind of a goat in his own right. I'm not convinced he's quite sound enough. He's just too straight in his shoulder and knee, works up in his spine, just a little bit too rigid in the way that utilizes his hind leg. And then the Wether that's going to round out this class, a good body flex kind of a goat, just a bit too mature and plain and soft in his handle for him to compete with his contemporaries out here. But let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Class 9 are heavyweights. First place, Heather Hayes. Second, Laura Hayes. Third, Angelina Tina. And fourth, Kenzie West. We'll now pick our heavyweight champion.
Another really nice drive of Weathers out here in our heavyweight division. For champion reserve, I think it's awfully close between a pair of them. I think they're very similar in their type and kind in regards to just being incredibly stout skull, massive and powerful goats. They're still flexible up either end of your skeleton. One of them is probably just a shot more youthful in his look up front and the way that his lower body balance comes together from the side. The other is probably just that much just more massive and dimensional down his top and out through his hip. I guess it kind of comes down to where do you want to draw the line and what side that you want to take. But I think that pair is awfully close. And then when it comes for third, fourth, and fifth, I think there's a trio of Weathers out here that are all really good that could go back and forth pretty easily in my mind. But I'll go out and show you which one's my favorite. But let's give these kids out here a nice round of applause.
In your heavyweight, your champion went to Harley Oswald. Reserve went to Heather Hayes. Third went to Kelby Rumor. Fourth went to Riley Bustle. And fifth went to Laura Hayes.
out here in our Wether drive. I think there's an exceptional group of goats out here. And today is just confirmed in my mind that you can, further confirmed in my mind, that you can go pretty much anywhere and find a good group of livestock, because I think all of these goats out here are 3 deep in every division. I think that they're all incredibly good. It can be competitive pretty much any area of the country, and I'd like to commend you guys for that. I think you guys are doing an exceptional job out here. I think you could go ahead and throw a dart at any of these 9 goats out here for top 5, and you could still hit a good one, because I think this is an incredibly good group of goats out here. With that being said, I'll go out and show you which 5 are my favorite, but let's give these showmen out here a really big round of applause.
Your overall grand champion went to Ali Ziegler. Overall reserve went to Adeline Rumor. 3rd overall went to Harley Oswood. 4th overall went to Heather Hayes. And 5th overall went to Heather Hayes. In the market goat Preston County exhibitors, you need to go to the table and sign out. Preston County exhibitors need to go over to the table and sign out. We'd like to remind everybody to help support our sponsors. In the silver category, we had Charm Flower Farm, Stephanie Arnett, Jennings Excavating, Triple C Angus, Westmar Angus. The gold sponsors, White House Cattle, Shop and Save Express, the Phillips family, the Outpost and the Event Center, which are here in the foyer, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Mike's Towing, First United Bank, Phillips Livestock, Trans-Ova Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market. In the Platinum category, we have Stone Asphalt LLC, Ace Aggregates, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing LLC, Stone Paving Incorporated, Glenn and Carol LaRue, Titan Roofing LLC, Wagner Septic Service, The Farmer's Daughter, the Mountain State Event Solutions, Affordable Signs Unlimited, Modern Homestead, J&K Livestock, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Nicholas Enterprises, and Stone Farms. We also have the category of the Friends of Ag, and there we have Affordable Landscaping Supplies, Dean Farms, Ingalls Show Pigs, Fairfax Pines Labrador Retrievers, KB Photography, Meadowview Farm Supply, and Preston County FFA. Please support them the best you can throughout the year and thank them for supporting the show. show. We're looking at Class 1, 2 entries from Susan Heights, Hunter Townsend, and Marion Brenneman.
Out here to kick off our Wether Dam show. The young man's doe is going to win pretty easily out here. A really good balance, good looking kind of a who's long necked, tall shouldered, has the right kind of turn to her rib cage and is still powerful out through her hip. Maybe we just want to stouten her up in her bone work and relax her in the angle of her knee for her to just to tweak on her just ever so slightly, but big picture scheme of things, still a really nice goat to go out and win this particular class. The young lady's doe that's going to come here in second, a really hard touching kind of a goat that's got the right kind of shape and muscularity to her. Compared back to our class winner, probably doesn't balance up near to the same degree from the side. She wants to work up there in her top and get round out through her hip, but still a nice goat for that young lady. And then these two does that are going to come out next probably just don't have the same kind of genetics backing them as the ones directly ahead of them. But the young lady's red roan goat that's going to be here in third, soft-bodied and practical kind of a goat, just doesn't have the same kind of power and dimension as the ones directly ahead of her. And then this young lady's black and white doe that's going to round out the class, a really long-bodied extended doe, needs to settle her down in her spine, give her a shot more width for her to work up any higher. But let's give these kids out here a nice round of applause.
In Class 1, first went to Hunter Townsend, second to Marion Brenneman, third to Susan Heights, and fourth to Susan Heights. We now have Class 2. We're looking at Heather Hayes, Olivia Mitchell, Eliza Garma, Emily Schellenberg, Lexi Leonard.
nice class of does here, particularly two nice ones at the top end, but it's just ultimately struck the build that's ultimately going to sort the young lady's doe here to go ahead and win this particular class. Really long-bodied kind of a female who's still really shapely down her top and out through her hip, but particularly what gets her to go out and win is she's just that much more relaxed leaning over her shoulder and knee, has that much more set to her hind leg. The fact that she's able to do that and still be stouter footed, I think is just a little bit a shot more unique. I like to see her just a little bit softer there in the center portion of her rib, and that's where I like the doe that's going to come here in second. I think when the doe in second is stopped and set up, I think she hits you with a really nice and proportional look from the side. She's really round-bodied. She's still got the right kind of just stoutness and dimension to her hip and hind leg as well when she's stopped and set up. Just on the move, she's just a little bit of a further forward. Straighter, who's straighter in the angle of her shoulder and knee, maybe just a shot tighter in the build of her hock on the move, and then when you watch her go away, she's just probably just not quite as just opened up and genuine when you get in right behind her, but still an awfully nice one to be seen second in the particular class. The doe that's going to come in third, another powerful and dimensional female who's really opened up in her body type. She's big and stout down her top and out through her hip. I just need to fix her from a build and balance standpoint. She's too short neck, straight shouldered, and frail footed for her to compete with the two directly ahead of her. The doe that's going to come here in second, she is the longer, taller shouldered, bigger footed female who's more elevated up front. That paired with her shallower chest and softer flanks helps her balance up just a little bit better from the side in some ways. It's just when you get your hands on her, she doesn't have the same kind of just topside spread and dimension out through her hip as the ones directly ahead of her. And then the slick-haired doe that's going to round out the particular class, a really flexible, nice structured kind of a female who's up-headed, she's long-bodied, and she's leveled hip. Just needs to be stouter-footed, bigger backed, and more dimensional for her to compete with her contemporaries. But let's give these kids out here a nice round of applause.
Results on Class 2. First place, Emily Schellenberg. Second, Alexi Leonard. Third, Heather Hayes. Fourth, Eliza DeGarmo. And fifth, Olivia Mitchell. Class 3, we have Kinley Dahl, Carmen Knotts, Kinley Dahl, Riley Bustle, Laura Hayes. The Preston County exhibitors, some of you have not signed out. You need to get in and sign out. Preston County exhibitors.
a really, really nice class of does out here, and I think that these first three in particular are all really, really nice in a lot of ways, but the young lady's doe I opted to start with probably just puts together for the most good in my mind in terms of combining a stout skull, a big forearm, the right kind of just shape and muscularity to it, while still balancing really nice from the side. A really nice goat to go ahead and win this particular class because she's just so elevated up front. She's big chested, she's shapely, and then when she gets out and goes, she's still really athletic off either end of her skeleton. A really nice one to go out and win this particular class. It gets really close in my mind between second and third. I think if you put 3's hair coat on 2, I think that would help the goat that come here that's sitting in second substantially, because I think if she had the same kind of just feature about her forearm and bone, I think that would help her just look that much nicer in regards to her look and balance from the side. But if you just sit here and study this one's skeleton, I think the way that her neck ties in out of the top side of her neck, how elevated she is at the base of her chest, the build and set of her hind leg are all extremely good. And then when you get your hands on her, she's actually bigger and more massive down her top and out of her hip, but compared to the doe that's sitting directly there in second, or sitting directly behind her. Compared back to our class winner though, she's probably just not quite as just opened up in her chest, doesn't have the same kind of just stoutness and feature, but still a really nice doe to be sitting second. Other doe that's going to come here in third, she's a really long neck, big-footed, big-haired kind of a goat that really kind of catches your eye from the side. I like how level she is down her top and out to her hip. When you step in directly behind these females, she's big and stout out of her as well. I like all those things about her. Studying through her hair though and get your hands on her, she's probably just not quite as just massive there at the backside of her shoulder, and then on the move she's just a little bit more upright off either end, maybe just not quite as athletic as the two directly ahead of her. The doe that's going to come here in fourth are an incredibly powerful female in every regard. She's stout-skulled, she's big-footed, wide-chested, and round-bodied. She brings all the power and dimension components to the table that you could possibly. She doesn't have the same kind of just look and balance and female quality from the side as the ones directly ahead of her. Want to see her neater, more attractive in the way that she's put together from the side. And then the doe that's going to round out this class, a really long-bodied, a neat designed kind of a female who just really good in the build of her skeleton. Compared to her contemporaries though, need to stouten that one up at her bone work, make her a shot wider out of her upper hip to have the same kind of just stoutness and dimension to her. But let's give those young ladies out here a nice round of applause.
Our results on Class 3, first, Kinley Dahl. Second, Kinley Dahl. Third, Carmen Knotts. Fourth, Riley Bustle. And fifth, Laura Hayes. We got to now pick our champion.
Out here in our champion doe drive, I'd just like to first off say thanks for having me out here to sort through the goat show here this afternoon. Thank you for all the sponsors and the people that helped put this show on to make it possible. Let's put our hands together for them because I know there's a lot of work that goes into putting an event like this on. With that being said, I think we have a really nice lineup of does out here. I'm not going to take any more time talking about them. Thanks again, and I'll go out and show you a top 5.
In our doe championship, Kinley Doll got champion. Kinley Doll got reserve champion. Third place went to Carmen Knotts. Fourth place went to Emily Schellenberg. And fifth place went to Lexi Leonard. If any of the Preston County youth have not signed out, you need to do so immediately. We would like to thank everyone for attending and exhibitors participating, and have safe travel.